Now you can hear things. Oh. What other stations do I have? Hey, where'd you go? That's weird. Sorry. I'm confused. View playlist. Where is it? What the hell? Huh. I had it open earlier. Weird. Alright, you don't need to hear me. Wait a second.
Hi, Sarah. Something told me you would be on this one. Something told me you would be on for this week.
I'm busy this time, but I'm actually free doing stuff, so I'm mostly listening rather than watching. But
Yeah, I only joined the voice call starting 2018 because I actually had things to say then.
That was a good one to be on.
disease. Disease. The natural phenotypic expression of a pathogenic cellular transmutation caused by complex social, political, economic, and environmental processes. Or diseased can mean hip, cool, groovy, hot, perfect, lovely, cool, groovy, hot, perfect, lovely, cool, groovy, hot, perfect, lovely, cool, groovy, hot, perfect, lovely.
All right, and we're live. Everybody should be able to hear us now, I think. Yeah, looks to be good.
Here.
Yeah.
All right. And don't need that anymore. All right. I don't see anybody in the chat yet. At least maybe I should refresh. Do that real quick. But yeah, on the YouTube. But it is 5 o'clock on Friday. Oh, there we go. Refreshing definitely helped. We have at least 13 people watching along with us. Yeah, Brian, any notes on 2019 that we should be looking out for?
Well, welcome to the last, at least in order. Oh, I forgot to post that we're live now. Oh well, I will get to that. I've been running around today. This is the last of the last real race day. So it's the last 2019 article. We've got one more History of Buggy coming up next week, but other than that, this is the last actual race day. Race day 2019 is a good weather day. It went off pretty perfectly in terms of what you could ask for out of a race day. We had great exhibitions coming up on Saturday. We've got the broadcasters for this year is Will, myself, Aaron, and Jordan Coons for the women's heats. Will, Lina, Andy Bordick, and Mark Estes in the men's heats. I will say, I said it was good weather. The weather held out perfectly because Friday thunderstorms came and soaked the place about half an hour after the races ended. Other than that, I think we're missing and you can correct me if I'm wrong with the first race we're about to show, but I believe we're missing the Robo Buggy exhibition on Friday.
I'm pretty sure you're right. Yeah. I think I tried to build them in in chronological order.
Yeah, so the very first exhibition, which we will not see, was the timing heat for Robo Buggy with Nand. It was due to cloud cover, they did not run it autonomous. However, their time of 252.24, I forget exactly what the time was, that is a robotic buggy record. Not really the robotic buggy record that anyone cares all that much about, because if it's a remote control, what good is it anyway? The real buggy record, the real robotic buggy record is the 6 minutes, 0.82 seconds that Robo Buggy did in 2017, challenged a little bit later in today's coverage. Otherwise, other things to note, SDC coming up, 7-year win streak on the line, going for the record 8th.
Oh, see myself.
Trying to think, anything else that people can remember off the bat of things to pay attention to for race day. I think that's.
I had a lot of fun with the
everything
exhibitions.
Yeah, I mean, look, the 2019 exhibitions is probably the greatest slate of exhibitions that have ever happened.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion. I guess I did love the pit stop, but really just like everything with this. So here we got the first heat, and already look at Fringe D coming out. I don't know what that onesie is.
It looks like Eeyore.
That's solid mechanic wear.
It's Eeyore. That's Nigel.
And Dave, that's you carrying the back, yeah?
Yeah, but I don't have a onesie. I'm less important.
Oh, and before we get too far along, who all do we have here? I'm Ben. Hi.
Oh yeah, I'm Brian. You know me. I talk on this all the time.
Dave,
I am Jeremy.
I just ran away on the screen. Oh, you go, Jeremy.
Oh, geez, no, you go first, Dave. You go first.
I'm Dave. I'll be in and out, though.
Yeah.
I'm Jeremy. I am chasing my toddler around while doing this, so I imagine I'll be in and out.
Earlier we had Sarah with us, and she's welcome to join back in if she would like. Oh, you're too scared to actually talk in chat? No. Come on. It's just like we were talking earlier. It's exactly the same.
For those of you who were not in our voice chat right before we started this, we have spent a decent amount of time talking about marble racing.
right.
If you have questions about that, I have basically spent the last 5 days watching marble racing. It is amazing, and I recommend everyone do it. Yellas, it's JELLE''S Marble Runs. Check it out on YouTube. John Oliver this past Sunday. There's my random shameless plug for non-buggy stuff. In buggy news, this first heat of the day, no one in the broadcast team or CMU TV got the message that Pika C, you will note, women's team was supposed to be here. They had actually scratched several days before race day, but they were still on the heat schedule, and no one told us, so we kind of assumed they failed to get out of the truck in time. It turns out they never planned to get out of the truck. They didn't actually have a team. Dave is asking in the chat, why didn't Pika C roll? I'm sure there's an actual answer to this. I believe what I was told was it was some combination of drivers and whoever else, but they couldn't get really enough interest to do it. But I might be wrong. So if Willie or someone from Pika knows and wants to let us know, feel free.
Yeah, I feel like I remember hearing at one point, but I do not remember whatsoever. Yeah.
Willie says that's correct.
That is correct.
Okay,
They just didn't have the interest.
And my chat is super delayed. That's weird. You'll notice the timer missing. The the clock that we were trying to use, we were actually trying to get it embedded this year. And I look over and it's just in pieces. They're like reassembling it wire by wire to get this adapter to take the computer output to pipe it into the truck. You'll notice, actually, no wait, it's not him. It's a guy that looks a lot like him. Is one of the Viewpoint guys who is standing there most of the time, helping them reassemble.
Fun behind the scenes fact for this one from the broadcast booth. After we realized that we didn't have times, I was sitting on the side closest to the finish line this year. So to get the times after the race, I leaned out of the broadcast booth to look at what the clock said.
Yeah, because we had the clocks up. And the goal for this year was to get you guys your own clock in the tent so you could watch the timer go.
That would have been awesome because especially for this year, we didn't have the clock, which meant I didn't have a stopwatch. I don't think Aaron had a stopwatch. So we could give the finish time because I could lean out and say it. Mm-hmm. But like, if you wanted like the hill one time or the crosswalk time or the stop sign time. I mean, the stop sign time, I think I got to about halfway through the heats. I realized I could lean out and then just kind of take a guess of when they hit the stop sign based on when I was leaning and what the clock would have said then. But turns out having the clock on the broadcast is important, even if it's not embedded.
Yep. Yeah, we unfortunately didn't have a backup setup, so it was supposed to be easier to get it connected than it was to set up the backup, and I'm regretting that decision. Or letting that
occasionally with them. The broadcasters don't always do a great job of reminding people what the standings are, what the actual times the teams have are. With CMU TV and with the graphics packages that they've had in the last 5-10 years, they've gotten a lot better about it. But especially without a clock here, basically you have to kind of keep reminding people what the times were if you're not putting them up. And so just a note for the future, if there are people who are broadcasting or involved in the production in any way, making sure that it's constant, like that there's a lot of updating of what the standings are. Because the people who know will just go to CMU Buggy and see, but there are plenty of people who don't realize that CMU Buggy exists when they're watching this. At least they don't know when they're watching this on race day. Obviously, all of you here with us today know that CMU Buggy exists.
So Shafiq, That's what I was saying. Is that I wanted to get them their own clock. That's exactly what I was talking about, of giving them the just a duplicate run of the finish line clock that they have up in a few places. Yeah, yeah. That was the plan. Annoyed that we didn't do that like years ago, or think of that. But we only just recently got into being involved in the production side, so.
So this is the battle of the newest Buggy versus the oldest Buggy, essentially. I mean, Seraph is 2004. I guess Kingpin is technically 2002, but it was rebuilt. Seraph hasn't been. Seraph is 2004. Vanity built in 2019. I'd love to know, Jeremy, if Vanity was rushed out because of the Malice crash, or if the plan was always to have Vanity debut anyway. I don't know if you know.
Vanity came out when it came out. It didn't have anything to do with anything else.
Okay, I guess it worked out for them that it was like the week after Malice ended that Vanity took over, so they didn't lose a Buggy in number.
I mean, to be fair, we still got Rage hanging around. We always have an extra.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, it was. I do want to point out Hill 1 here. If you look at Hill 1, that nothing happened there. I'm very confused. Hill 2, sorry. The Hill 2 pusher for Spirit. Watch her as she pushes off and moves.
Yep.
So that kind of running in front of SDC led to Spirit being DQ'd for interference. And I'm not totally convinced that there was a legit interference there, but it was certainly close enough that she shouldn't have done it. But as a result, Spirit was DQ'd. SDC was granted a reroll. If they weren't granted a reroll for that, they would have been granted a reroll most likely for what you're going to see coming up here, going into the shoot. But as you can tell, Vanity is moving a little faster than Seraph is. She swings wide here to try and pass, but then realizes she won't get there in time, so tucks behind, and then realizes that the shoot turn is going to come at the same time, so she hits the brakes. At least that's all of my assumption from watching the video. I don't actually know if that's her thought process, but I'm kind of assuming it is. It's pretty noticeable brake tapping.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a really good instance of safe driving from the driver in there.
Absolutely. Also, just to kind of follow up on my thing before, the reason I asked if Vanity was kind of rushed out is because the two previous SDC builds, that would have been Havoc and Vice? No, Havoc and Inferno. Both debuted with first rolls in the fall. So I didn't know if if SDC had to rush, like the plan was for Vanity to actually debut first rolls 2020, and they just ended up rushing it.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
So, Sarah, do you have any insight on what's going through your head going through the shoot like that?
Yeah, especially like you said, looking at the difference in her acceleration, it was probably just the kind of thing where you couldn't make that turn, or you knew from talking to the other driver that if you took your line, or if you both tried to take that turn, that you would have been too close, or there might have been some kind of not safe driving. So it definitely looked like there was tapping the brakes to avoid some overlap there.
Nice. All right, Brian, what do we got for women's 3?
So this is Fringe B with Blue Shift, Fight Out A with Argo. Admittedly, this is not one of the more exciting races. I do want to quickly just let people know that, you know, the way these particular races have been cut, there's time up front, so we'll do random talk. Like, hey, if Qzon wants to argue more ranked DQs, we got a perfect time to start. We don't, however, have the drop tests. There were a couple of failed drops. I will point out when they happen. One of them, very unsurprising. One of them, a little more surprising. But they're not yet. I think there's one women's and one men's, and I will point that out.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember because these are ones that I cut up, and I'm trying to remember because I like to include the pusher introductions, the rosters, and I was trying. I'm pretty sure I was looking for the drop test, but there just weren't enough of them for it to make sense to include. I think, and it made everything a little more consistent.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's very possible that there just wasn't that the drop tests weren't shown. I honestly don't remember. I just wanted to point out. You can
Yeah.
see here the driver of Argo actually wiping down the windshield a little bit because I think it started to fog up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Let's see. This was Blue Shift's first year, yeah? Right?
2019? No.
Second year? Oh, it was Blind Faith
I
was
think-
this year. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Blue Shift, I think, was
18.
16?
16? Really?
17?
17. I was letting you
17.
go
It was
for
17?
it.
Yeah, I was going to say
17,
Dave.
yeah.
Get in here, yeah.
Blue Shift 17, Bumper 18, Blind Faith 19.
Bumper. That's the one. Okay.
How could you forget?
I don't get the order right on a lot of yours. I barely get them right on ours.
And then Baltic 2020.
Yeah. Oh, and fight out the lowrider.
By the way, if there are CIA or fringe people from 2020 on this broadcast, if either of those new buggies were finished and painted, if someone has photos they want to send me just randomly, I would not object.
I believe the CIA one did not get painted yet.
Yeah, that will become purposes that will become clear next week. I think Baltic may have actually been painted. I think I may.
No. No, I don't think we painted that.
Was it partially? I feel like I saw a photo of something with like a blue color, but that might have just been a bag. I don't know.
I think you saw blue tape.
Yeah.
That is very possible.
You saw really good blue tape.
Yeah, I think because it did get a couple of rolls in that I think it was covered.
Mm-hmm.
So that could have been what you saw was the blue taped.
Well, there was
Blue
one of
Buggy.
them holding it, which also still could have been blue tape, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like not at rolls.
Yeah, fair enough. I figured I'd ask in case there was one that existed, but if not, I will
Mhm.
I will use ones with bags on them.
Improvise.
I'm now trying to. I'm trying to post that we're live. I went to my big screen TV and put it on there, and then took a photo
Nice.
as opposed to just using text. So I gotta find this first though.
Pictures are good for social media. Yeah, they help out. I've been kind of thinking about this, and it'd be kind of cool to allow a little more area around the tent for people to spread out, because we don't use the whole street. So if we can like put a cordon all the way along and allow people to be on like either side, I think that'd be really cool. I get that from seeing a lot of the old pictures where people are just like totally packing the sides of Hill 5.
Yeah, it's interesting to see like the migration of crowd patterns over
Yeah.
years. We have some great shots in 2009 of like the massive crowd that was at the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
The massive crowd that year, and it worked out perfectly to kind of get a sense of how many people really show up.
Yeah.
That was the first year of the Jumbotron,
Mhm.
and we only had one of them. So all the people who would normally be in the chute were up at the finish line, and all the people from down at the bottom of the hill were up at the finish line. Like everyone just happened to be up at the finish line. It worked out really well.
Right. Yeah, that was a great picture that I think we still use for a lot of things that we do.
And that reminds me, someone was talking, and I don't remember who I was talking to, or if it was on this broadcast last week, or if it was in the comments or the chat or something, but or maybe it was in one of our meetings. I don't know. But someone was talking about, no, you know what? It might have been the podcast. Hey, another shameless plug for our podcast. We have a podcast. And the most recent episode met with Mike Darcy, who's the current president of the BAA, Sam Swift, who was the founder of the BAA, Eitan Goldman, who was one of the original, I think he said his title was secretary of the BAA, and Ben was also there, but thanks to technical issues, most of his audio was deleted, so we only got his introduction and his basically the end.
Actually,
but Mike,
fun fact: the introduction I did separately.
well, that explains that.
Yeah.
But Mike had brought up one of the things that we were planning on doing for 2020 was to have a screen like the Jumbotron, but I assume a smaller screen down at the starting line so that teams could actually watch from down there. And Mike had mentioned that the benefit of this was so that because if you watch here, you'll see all the teams running up behind the follow truck to then watch on the Jumbotron. Mike has never been at a race day that didn't have a Jumbotron. I have. Before the Jumbotron existed, team members still ran behind the follow truck to get up there. Granted, it was because you could see more, like, again, you don't see anything down at the starting line. But it wasn't necessarily a Jumbotron thing that caused that. It's been going on for, 99 years.
Well, the mechanics got to get up to their buggy, of course, to catch it.
Exactly. You got that. You got people who want to see the finish line. You got people who want to see the start of the free roll.
Mm-hmm. So
you just run up. I do want to shout out Sig Ep here for the paint job on Barracuda.
Yeah.
For paint job in 2019, because this is, in my opinion, I mean, I know Beyonce is great, but I mean, I love this paint job on Barracuda so much.
It's a great one. And Shafiq, yeah, that's a good point. The whole road does get used when there's a tight race on 5, but even then, it's like the most that you'll have really is like 2 that are battling against each other. It's incredibly rare that there are 3. And like even then, you're still not using the whole road. Like not even close. There's a whole like brick like curbed area next to the wall. But anyway, it's not a place that people would congregate these days as much. And I don't think anybody'd stop them from standing there if they wanted to. Oh, we got a Charmeleon. That's the one.
Yes, that is in fact Charmeleon.
That's right. One of our resident furries.
Okay, so as they're coming up the back hills, I will tell you, this heat had a drops DQ. I will give you one guess as to which team it was, and then I will tell you, you are wrong.
Story behind the Barracuda paint job? I have no idea. If there are any SIG Up people that want to tell the story.
I asked Sophie about it. She credits Victoria Fang with it for idea and execution.
Yeah.
I think she was the hill too. I might be remembering wrong.
Is there a reason that it was changed, I guess, from what it was before?
When I asked Sophie either last week or 2 weeks ago, she said Victoria had an idea and just
did it.
I don't think there was any reason like it got messed up or anything. It just was better.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I can see that.
Yeah, and in case my cryptic thing was unclear before, it is actually SDCD with Avarice who fails drops. That is something you don't see every day, whereas Barracuda pass drops, which is also something you don't see every day. I'd love to know what happened with Avarice, because I can't remember the last time I saw SDC fail a drop test. I'd love to know, but I'm sure SDC will not tell me.
It didn't break before the line.
That is a very SDC answer.
As in, like, the driver forgot, or...
No, as in it just didn't stop.
Honestly, I don't remember. Do we have the video of it? Maybe we can all
I mean,
randomly
we do have the
speculate.
full stream. We can see if it's there, but they didn't get all drops. Reed says the bees ate the brakes to make the buggy faster.
So this next heat, women's heat 5, is the most eventful heat of women's prelims. It caused, and then one of them is the 2013-2014 buggy poster.
That's a good poster. Ooh, there's an idea.
I think there's still some in the sweepstakes office. This might be a while until someone gets there, but you could like end that. I mean, if you like unroll one of them and just scan it with a really good camera or something, I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, that's me. Yeah, my windows are open. If it gets too much, I can close them.
No, it's so pleasant. Oh, I think I would have to reload. Let's see.
Okay, at least what I'm
There we
seeing
go.
on the Discord, the same thing I'm seeing on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, it seems good.
That's good.
Oh, I hear us.
Yeah, there we go. I had not apparently turned on the right buttons for the audio. Hey, well, we figured it out. We got there. We're back. It's back. We ready to go again? Here's Women's 5. All right. I'm gonna do what I can to touch nothing. It'll still crash.
I have installed OBS. So
Awesome.
step 1 is done.
This heat is very important because of the Hill 4, so pay attention for the Hill 4.
All right. Give them, yeah.
This heat is important for a lot of reasons, if I remember correctly. Hold on, where did my notes go?
Yeah, you were
But
starting
it
into
is
that.
most important because of the bottom corner of one of the frames on Hill 4.
Though,
Very
yes,
specific.
I agree. Though I will point out, if what I think you're referring to is what you're referring to, we will see it again on Saturday.
No.
That I'm not.
If CAAD ever made it to Saturday, that would really be something.
Yeah.
Next year.
I would be more disappointed in the rest of the field. In all honesty.
Okay, then it's possible we're talking about different things. It's also possible that I'm referring to an exhibition heat on Saturday.
Ah.
Also, please look at Icarus's wheels.
Oh my God! Wait, what? That can't be That didn't actually think right. Please.
I don't think anyone noticed this on race day, actually.
Noticed what? That there's one
Oh,
6-inch,
that's right.
10-inch wheel?
That's right. Brian was
Okay, so
getting some buggies mixed up there.
I'm sure I was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's because I kept calling Solaris Aurora, right?
Yep, that was it.
Although, interestingly, I have made that mistake with Azula before. So really, I just want Aurora to be a Apex buggy, apparently.
It does start with A. It does look a lot like Freya.
So a couple of things. I mean, one, you guys kind of roughly mentioned the wheels, but I want to just specifically point out on Icarus that Icarus is rolling one 10-inch wheel and one 6-inch wheel on the back, which seems very odd to me. The other thing I want to point out is
it was optimized for the shoot turn.
There you go. The other thing I want to point out here is just keep your eye on Spirit, because Invisit had a rough day, and you'll see where it starts here with the shoot turn.
Oof. Yep.
And I don't know. She came in. It looked so good. I don't remember if CIA gets shown in the shoot turn, but the CIA driver did have to swerve to avoid it because CIA tends to take an inside line. We're coming up to Hill 4 here for Apex
Okay,
A.
look at the bottom left corner.
Oh. Yeah. That's right. Yes, that does come back. That was on there for.
And then in the right frame as well, she comes.
Oh, I love D teams.
You know, I was about to say something just now, but I realized that I say it for Saturday's exhibition, so I'm gonna not say it now and let you guys hear it then.
Okay.
There was also a fun part of this CAAD team. So it was Fatima pushed to Rachel, then Rachel pushed to other Rachel, then Rachel pushed to Emily, who pushed to another Emily.
Nice. I mean, that is... I wish I remember the order of the team, but I want to say my junior year, we had Ben pushing to Ben, pushing to... like Graham, pushing to Ben, pushing to Kelton. We had 3 Bens on A team.
The driver safety equipment plus the suit jacket is really ideal pushwear.
Oh yeah.
Gotta stay safe. Safety first.
Phenomenal. I love Aaron there.
I mean, look at those wheels. Look at that.
Well, they specifically mentioned, the wheels. It's like, there's one 6-inch and one 10-inch. Do you know why? No.
Okay, so, I mean, was there an actual reason other than this is a mistake?
Well, they
that,
did
No, this
rolls
was
a
very
number of
much on
times.
purpose. We had to ask for permission to do this. It was for fun. I think it was my idea, and then I think Sabrina was like, "Oh, if you're gonna do this, like, you have to ask the person who built this buggy because they're probably gonna be at race day and be mad if they didn't know about it." So I asked Jerry, and he was just like, "Yeah, have fun." That's why we made the subs that way.
I believe I see McHugh at the bottom of the screen. Is that
Yep, you
correct?
see McHugh talking to Sam.
Wait, that's Sam?
In the green, yeah.
Really?
Yep, definitely.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can kind of see that.
It's
I mean,
harder to tell since he shaved that fro away.
and also it's the back of his head right now, which
Also
makes
the back
it
of his head.
tell. But the So I do want to mention, okay, so we had the spin of Invisid in the last heat, which threw everything off for this heat, because as you know, when there's a spin in the chute, there's a delay. So the story goes that Sweepstakes announced an 8-minute warning when they reset the clock. Apparently, Pika heard that they were starting up again, and the clock in their truck, instead of setting it to 8 minutes where it should have gone because they said 8 minutes, they just reset it, which put it back at 10 minutes. As a result, Pika is nowhere to be seen. But you'll notice that a buggy is coming up to the line right now, going into lane 3. That buggy, which us on the broadcast weren't paying enough attention to, and the sunlight is a little weird, so it kind of looked like a Pika buggy, because
Oh, it does not.
it
Fam.
I mean, it kind of vaguely. So they come out. It turns out that's Azula. That's Apex. That's Apex C. They are scheduled for the next heat, because it turns out that the spin delay plus the 8-minute delay put this heat 6 starting at the exact same time that, according to the heat schedule, women's heat 7 was supposed to start. So Apex just assumed it was their heat because they didn't realize there was a delay or a stoppage. So that's the Pika aspect of this heat. Sarah, you're on, and you're the one driving this heat. So obviously, Blind Faith had an interesting Friday.
It was I forget who said it during the live.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah, but it's still going on YouTube.
Sorry, we're back. We're back.
So pay attention here, because you'll notice the wind picks up, and there's a little item. It turns out it's litter, and it's just going, and bam!
Right there she is.
Yeah, Ben. If we can rewind to just focus on that, but also if you can keep working this one.
Sorry, it logged me back into my phone for some reason. Here, let's pause this guy, and let's get this back up.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Dave, I think it might have been you. It was somebody. I hardly know who's who on race day, but I think that bag was recovered.
I don't know if I recovered it, but at some point it ended up being given to the broadcasters, and then I asked for it later, and somebody said they threw it out, and it was sad.
Yes. So
it was recovered by somebody for a while, and I think someone just threw it out because it's trash.
So yeah. So I had asked for it in the broadcast booth because I thought it would be interesting to show, and we did. And I don't think it's in this video, but if you watch the full thing, you will see it. It's a burger wrapper from a deli. It just says deli on it. But then I handed it to someone else who's on this broadcast.
Here it comes.
Fringe, but that person thought I didn't hear me say that and just assumed it was trash.
There it is. Boop.
Yep.
I was in the follow car. I didn't expect to have such a good view. You're not expecting that when you are supposed to be ahead. But I didn't see anything from the follow car, and I'm taking video like most of the way through, and I still don't see it in the videos. Obviously, on the broadcast, you see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Weird. I was confused why we were going a little slow.
I mean, Sarah, when you're in the buggy, like I assume you noticed that happen, but like what?
Oh yeah.
Did you feel it, see it, hear it? Like what's going through your head?
I didn't see it. I assumed it was a leaf because you could see before there were so many leaves blowing across the course, and you can kind of tell when something's in the wheel. It just starts catching and you hear it. So I assumed that I had run over some leaves that had blown into that fairing. I had no idea it was a plastic bag of any kind, but I definitely knew something was there. I wish I had seen it. I don't think I actually saw the bag. Because they took it off before I got out of the buggy.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice my actual commentary, I also assumed it was a leaf because you watch like 20 leaves blow by and then there's something in there, and it was. I don't think it was until the cute turn that we got a closer look and realized that no, it's actually a plastic bag. I do feel a little bad that it got thrown out, but also it was disgusting. So I don't feel that bad. Like
Yeah.
a photo is probably all you need.
Yeah. There was talk of framing it. There was talk of like buying a glass front frame and putting it in the workshop. So
It is amazing just the luck that Fringe has with things like this, and I feel like your org has hit more squirrels than anyone else.
I don't know of hitting animals, but we've had a lot of close calls with squirrels and birds also. Birds especially.
I know back in my day, Fringe and squirrels were a common pair, and I don't know why it's Fringe specifically that's just like, I don't know, you guys must make buggies out of like squirrel food or something.
I don't know.
That tracks from what I've seen.
We hit a squirrel during rolls in the last couple of years, but we don't talk about it due to driver trauma.
I want to ask because Reed is asking in the chat if it was a Leaf, whether the team would have gotten a reroll. Dave, you pointed out probably not, as you guys didn't get a reroll. But out of curiosity, I mean, you had a 4th place time, so I don't. Did you guys even request a reroll and have it not granted, or was there?
I don't think we requested one.
I think they were talking about requesting one if our time wasn't that good, but like you said, like we got a pretty fair time even with a plastic bag. So I think at the end we didn't submit it. It was talked about as like an option in case, and I don't know if maybe if the time had been lower or higher, if that would have been something that we submitted or they would have maybe accepted. I don't know though.
Yeah, I mean,
that's one of those things too where, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you're granted a reroll, you have to take it, which, you know, if you're going to make day 2 anyway, you probably just want to go with your seating time rather than going before everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that's true. If you're granted a reroll, I think because you have to request the reroll immediately. I don't know.
Right,
I mean,
but if you do that and then they give it to you, and then I don't think you get to say, no, wait, never mind, I just want to roll, you know, where I would have been seated otherwise. I think you're sort of locked into that decision.
Oh, interesting. I'd love to hear a sweepstakes take on that. If there's someone who has had to deal with that before, because I always kind of assumed you request a reroll no matter what, and then kind of decide afterwards if you want. Well, once you get to that point, if it turns out you didn't need it, then you just say, never mind, we'll just move on tomorrow. Because the last thing you want to do is have a time that gets you into day 2, take a reroll, and do something wrong that knocks you out of it, as opposed to, I mean, if it's a reroll from day 2, I mean, then it's just a question of do you risk your 6th place trophy for a chance to move up to 5th? Yeah. So Andrea is pointing out in the chat, because Reed asked, or someone asked about the reroll for CAD. So I forgot to mention this. The Spirit A spin. Neither Apex A nor CIAD had rerolls. Apex A, again, kind of making the point that we just made, had a time that put them in day 2, so they didn't need a reroll. So I assume they either didn't request one. I mean, that would have been risky not to request one, though, and that's why I think there's a possibility to just say never mind, because their time, I think, put them 9th or 10th. Like, it wasn't a super fast. I mean, Fringe's time would have put them in no matter what. But yeah, Apex's time, yeah, I mean, they were 10th. No, they were 9th. They were 9th by 0.08 of a second. So, like, just accepting that time would have been very risky. and not asking for the reroll. Whereas CIAD, I mean, they could have asked for a reroll, and presumably it would have been granted. But Andrea is pointing out here, the pushers were willing to roll again, but they didn't want to waste people's time. I assume that's because there was rain scheduled to come, so they didn't want to cause delays that would mess things up. So they passed.
I just pulled up the rules. I was wrong. If you're granted a reroll, you can either choose to take it or let the results stand as is.
Okay, that makes more sense, at least with how things I think have played out. But just because that's how people do things, that doesn't mean that that's what the rules say.
Right. Yeah. Like I've been in a few situations where maybe an SDC like A or B team is thinking on prelims about requesting a reroll, and I've typically suggested that the team not do that if their efforts could be put toward focusing on the next race or something rather than getting a reroll for a team that they don't actually want one for.
Yeah. So we just kind of talked through that race, but that race wasn't anything special. It was SDCB with Vice. They came in. Well, here's their times. They were second after that. SIGEP C with Hydra and Apex C with Azula. Neither of them made day 2.
I got to say, too, shout out to Christian Taylor, our webmaster. He put together a fantastic app that was updating the times. I mean, as fast as a person in the booth could type them in, they were popping up. We didn't have to wait very long at all.
Yeah, I think that just kind of goes to show some of the behind the scenes improvements that at least at the BAA has kind of tried to work on, where it's not necessary. It doesn't really affect the operations of Raceday, but it's something where if we can come up with something that takes one thing that Sweepstakes doesn't have to deal with off their hands, it's like, this is great. And I think for a few years after with the new timing system, we were just doing like a Google spreadsheet, which was okay. Like, it got the info out there, but it wasn't all that nice. It didn't reorder itself. There was a little bit more manual stuff, and now it's basically you type in a number and then it populates on this separate page that auto formats. And I believe CMU TV may have been plugged in directly to that in 2019. So that leaderboard was actually just basically the feed from the site.
Yeah. I will say, though, I miss the dramatics of the AFIO leaderboard. When somebody runs a time and you're wondering how fast it was, and you're waiting to see how many teams do they, pick up and put down a slot to place in whoever just ran.
I recognize the one pusher. That was for CIAA. So once again, the dream team of Andrea Hannah on the front hills here.
I was not paying attention and completely missed all of that.
You ignored yourself? This is your heat?
Yeah, that's new for me. I don't deliberately ignore myself often.
But yeah, I mean, frankly, in 2019, after the blind faith, the bag with Pika not coming out, I mean, the women's heats were as clean as you can get, which honestly kind of makes them a little boring for this. We're gonna still watch them because it's more buggy and it's fun. But there isn't a whole lot to say about these last couple of heats other than CIA rolls very well. SIGEP B is behind them. And the next heat's 3 buggies, but they're spread out, and then SDCA and CIAC in the last heat, and again spread out, uneventful, other than fast times. I do like the uniforms that CIA has this year. The I guess the tank top with the team logo. It's simple and classic.
Thanks. That was my doing. We also have them again for this year. We bought enough for everyone to have them and a few extras, and basically we're just like, if you want it, buy it. If not, we'll keep them in the garage and just like distribute them every year as a uniform.
Yeah, I really like that you guys started doing that. And I want to say the what was it, the 2015 ones? I think those might be my favorite that I've seen. But yeah, just the fact that like the men's always had the shirtless, and that was pretty much the main thing. And now with the women's having the uniform, I think it looks awesome.
I think all of the women's teams wore them except for CAAD.
Nice.
Well, CIAD had other responsibility, other outfits that they were required to wear. Oh, I see Ben.
Mm-hmm. I'm easy to spot once you know what you're looking for.
So this next heat is one of only 1, 2, 3 women's heats with 3 teams in it. This is Pika A with Banshee, Apex B with Firefly, and Fringe C with Boson. Did Fringe did not have a D team in women's this year? No, they did.
I think it was the first heat.
It was.
Yeah, you're right. They did. So yeah. So Bumper just, after 1 year immediately gets downgraded to D team, huh? Tisha pointing out in the chat, this is her in Boson for Fringe in lane 3 right now.
Yeah.
I do like, I'm looking at my notes here, and again, because there was no clock, it was a little bit, I guess Jordan, who was calling the races from the chute, must have had a stopwatch with him, because he was the one who ended up giving the stop sign times, which I thought was very funny.
That is funny. And that does sound like a Jordan thing to do.
Jordan's the best.
He's great.
So my hot take for this year that I said on the broadcast was that I thought I said Pika A was going to beat SDCA in women's. I was wrong, but they put up a good fight. So this was half of the CMU women's basketball team was on Pika, and the other half was on SDC. Meanwhile, if I remember, I think there's a little bit of excitement in the back between Apex and Fringe, but maybe I have the year wrong. Maybe that was.
I think you're right. Both of Tisha's were a little close.
Oh, this was part of the Boson versus Apex saga, right?
I think it was, and I think that was specifically Boson versus Firefly, and that's why I kind of thought this one ends up close.
Wow, nice line around that pothole.
Yeah.
And it's only getting worse. Yeah, if people are on and listening and want to submit a request for Pittsburgh to repave Shenley Drive up by that intersection.
That was supposed to happen this year.
Really?
Yeah.
They were also going to do the awful patch turning into the chute, I believe.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be a Shenley repave.
Oh, that would have been so good.
Yeah, it's actually happened more recently than Fruit Street.
Thanks for organizing that. I've heard that it was quite a process to get them to agree to do it.
It always is. Every time.
Is the mayor still that CMU alum guy?
Yeah, yes. Bill Peduto, yes.
I mean, this could be a legitimate BAA strategy. Get Buggy alumni elected to mayor of Pittsburgh to keep the roads paved.
I don't think he graduated from CMU.
He
I don't know if he's technically an alumni.
Other way around.
He's you're an alum after your first semester. You don't have to graduate to be an alumni.
Huh.
Yeah,
Um,
so
He's an
so
alum
he's
like Andy
actually,
Warhol's an alum.
he's actually not just an alum. I mean, well, he only spent 1 year at CMU before transferring to Penn
Yeah.
State. But not only that, he was a Pico alum,
Yep.
but still didn't do Buggy. He was a booth guy, which makes no sense to me. I didn't even know. And it was the Batman booth that they brought
Yeah.
out every year. Like, what? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Like he was the one pledge they tasked with like carrying the Batman booth out to Midway.
Mm-hmm.
He must have been.
And that's why he decided to transfer.
But who was it? Is it his chief of staff? The guy.
Exciting finish.
Yeah, very. I don't mean to ignore Tisha's great role here, where she almost confused Firefly.
So close.
Very close.
Yes, Tisha.
Ben, do you remember the guy's name? It's
I think it's Daniel something.
Yeah, Dan Gilman.
Dan Gilman, yeah. Chief of staff.
I don't know if he's chief of staff or if he's actually an elected, like a council person now.
He
was
was a councilman. He is now chief of staff.
Okay, but he was actually, I think, a Buggy alum.
I don't know about Buggy, but he is actually a CMU alum. Like a proper, went to classes and everything, has a degree.
I don't think you need to go to classes to get the degree.
At this point, you're fair, but fairly right. Yeah. But in that time when he would have gone to classes, it was more required.
I will say it depends on your major. I shouldn't say that. I went to all my classes, but I also did well, so that's okay. Turns out if you do H&SS, like, even spending a lot of time on Buggy doesn't hurt your GPA all that much.
Zach was able to double major. Wait, was it double major or major minor?
Actually, I don't know if that's true. I think if McHugh joins, he'll have to let us know what his major was, because I want to say I had an H&SS class with him, which makes me think maybe he was in H&SS.
Oh, McHugh was like IS or something.
Yeah.
So that's partially H&SS.
I mean, I'm sure he took some classes that would have been in H&SS. If I remember
Now, I'll
correctly...
say...
Go ahead.
Oh, go on.
I was just going to say that I'm pretty sure that H&SS has the highest overlap to every other college than vice versa. Like, it has the most other schools taking classes in H&SS than H&SS in any other school.
Well, yeah, because everyone has the gen ed requirements.
Exactly.
You have to do. Then if
So this SDCA push team is the exact same push team as the previous year in the same order, I believe, too. I don't know that we've done that before.
That's a hard thing to do. It's very uncommon.
I mean, the difference, though, is when you have a team that's already 12 seconds better than everyone else, why change it?
Yeah, if you can. I mean, most commonly it's because you graduate 1 or 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to have that luxury.
Yeah.
Well, they were most. I mean, they were all upperclassmen in 2019, right? It looks like 2 or 3 seniors.
Right, but
I think most of them have graduated now.
2018, yeah. Yes, I know a few of them have, at least. Andre, I never became head mechanic, so I can't say that I have the same experience. Although, weirdly enough, my senior year when I was chairman was one of my best GPA years, which makes absolutely no sense.
Can't relate.
Yeah. I do not know how that happened.
I
Probably because
had
I
my
was done
best
with all my
GPA have
classes.
push captain, but that's very, very different from being chair.
Yeah, that one I can understand.
I had my least mental healthy semester when I was chair, but I
That
don't
makes
know
a
that
lot of
my
sense.
That
I
checks
suffered.
out.
I feel like most chairs can relate to that. Jeremy?
No, I think they're all friends nowadays.
Well, yeah, but they still have mental health problems from it.
We still have our own teams to contend with.
This is true. There's always a struggle somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Man, when I was chair, I would have buggy dreams all the time.
You don't still?
You slept?
Yeah, that's a much better response.
Yeah, I want to say you say you had it all the time. I will point out that yesterday in our officers' Discord, I explained my somewhat detailed buggy dream that I had 2 nights ago.
Wasn't that this morning? Or was that?
I want to say it was yesterday morning, but it's possible it was this morning.
No, I'm crazy. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was yesterday.
I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. I'm trying to remember what the dream last night was, but I don't think it was buggy.
Yeah, you're
But not
correct.
the one before, and I only gave some of the details in the Discord thing, but it was a relatively detailed buggy dream where I did some stupid things. But it was me as an alum, which is the other weird thing. It wasn't like I was in buggy or doing it. It was just I was telling you youngins what you can and can't do.
Well, given that you've been an alum much longer than you've been a student, that sort of makes sense.
That is true.
Yeah.
So what we're watching here, by the way, so this is between women's and men's on Friday. Atlas rolled their timing heat. They were not going fully autonomously, but they also were having a lot of issues with the remote control, with the signal traveling from the follow truck to the buggy. So this is Baby Buggy. I will point out that the T-shirt that this Hill One Pusher is wearing was the winner for best T-shirt in 2019.
Nice. Look at that
At least
transition.
I think it's that. Atlas definitely won. But yeah, you can see Hill 1 was like taking it slow, trying to make sure there was a connection. Hill 2 just like, forget it, we're going all out, and he pushes, and then bam. I think that was the first sign of trouble. And then only more trouble follows.
I like that he's holding on to it the whole way. Not letting go.
Yeah, I'm curious, because, I don't see Atlas the rest of the year. But for those who have seen Atlas roll during practices, do they let the buggy roll on its own, or do they always run it all the way down?
I think they normally... I mean, at least when they rolled with Quasar, they didn't hold it all the way down. Aaron reacting to the Hill 2.5 that popped out. Oh, and somebody dropped their phone. Oh, wait, no, it's the battery.
I feel like once they get this thing rolling autonomously, they gotta strap a baby doll in there and see how many pedestrians they can freak out.
If they're not doing that already, I'm disappointed.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Just find some just random people walking down the street. They're like, "Oh no, the baby!"
Oh, I guarantee you, it would not finish the free roll. Somebody would just parent instincts would kick in, and they would just charge at it.
Oh yeah. I think they're trying to figure out why it's steering into the curb.
Wants to go to Shenley.
Yeah.
Ooh, this might be a DQ here. I do not see the chairman in the follow truck with an extraction tool.
Uh-oh.
That's the DQ.
How can they extract the driver if there isn't one?
He makes a good argument.
Maybe they just need
That there's the transition. There's the lane violations. I don't
Yeah,
think
right.
pencil test applies there.
Would you need to have an extraction kit if you strapped a baby doll onto it?
Mm.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I mean, I think instead of that, they should just include an eject button.
That would be so funny. A little parachute on the baby.
I just saw you scrambling to get in the truck.
Just so those of you watching at home know, the reason why we had that abrupt cut to this race is that the Atlas team just picked up the buggy and scrapped the rest of the roll. So you didn't miss anything. As I said, they had issues with the communication between the truck and the buggy. So they scrapped it. They will come back Saturday. So this is the first men's heat. We're going to get Sigep B with Kraken and Fringe D with Bumper. And I said before that we had one men's heat and one women's heat where there was a drops DQ and that one of the teams would be unexpected and one of the teams would be expected. Well, here's the other drops DQ. And I will give you a guess as to which team it was. And here's a hint. That team does not have bumper stickers on their buggy.
Ooh. What a hint.
I'm going to have to check the database now. I don't know that Fringe has ever DQ'd at drops.
It definitely hasn't happened anytime I've been here. I don't know before
It's
that,
very
though.
infrequent, for sure. Much like an SDC. Very
They have.
They have.
In fact,
I mean, since we saw it earlier. But it's very infrequent. That's what I was getting at.
no, I'm just saying because Jeremy said he has to check the database. I happen to have his
Fringe.
spread.
Oh, there's me.
Oh, that was you, Ben?
I did see me.
Whoever it was.
No, that was me. You got my sheets in front of you? Good.
Yeah, I have the one that you sent way back when. I mean, I don't know how fully updated it is, but it's updated through, I don't know, when we did virtual race day, roughly.
Wow, that was a
me on
deep
the
soul
screen.
two shove.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for Sig App, you mean?
Sigget
With the
pushes
help shot?
very deep. Yeah.
The Fringe did fail drops in both 2014 and 2015. 2014, it was men's B with Bolt. I think that was that Bolt on four wheels? I think that was Bolt's first year, 2014.
Yeah.
And then 2015 was the C team. That was X1. So really, it's just when Fringe rolls too many wheels, they fail drops.
The universe was telling us something.
It was telling us that the wheels were too fast to be braked.
I would love to know what the braking solution was on X1. Like, do you have 3 tiny little brakes or like one very large brake?
Well, I think that was the problem.
Or one tiny little brake? That wouldn't do it, I guess.
Maybe they thought it, and then it turns out they only stopped one of the 3 wheels. The other 2 just kept going. For what it's worth, I don't believe the 2015 broadcast had the drop test, so we couldn't actually see them fail the drops. We just know they did.
I believe that.
Do any of you guys remember the old Signu drop brakes?
Yeah.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen them, Signu used to have this, I mean, it was basically like a foot that would come out of the buggy. It was like a pneumatic brake. It would just like drop down onto the ground.
What do you mean
My
used
gosh.
to? I'm pretty sure they still do.
Do they still have that?
They haven't built a new
I don't
buggy.
know, but I remember a whole bunch of mornings before rolls, New would be struggling with their buggy near drops, and that something was leaking. So I imagine it's hydraulics.
Yeah, they had to pump it up.
It's pneumatics, but yeah. Close enough.
I believe I saw Dave at the finish line there.
Probably.
Oh, look at that backdrop. A beautiful, beautiful backdrop.
So beautiful. Yeah, with the drop breaks, in my mind, and again, this is me being HNSS and not in any way a mechanic. In my mind, it was always, when I heard drop break, I pictured like a gigantic cinder block with a rope tied to it.
That's an anchor, Brian.
A land anchor. Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of the old CIA buggies have drop brakes. They're not pneumatic; they're mechanically connected. But yeah, they're very effective.
My understanding is that my cinder block theory is not actually correct.
That seems unlikely, especially since you don't see it come out of the buggy anytime they brake. A lot of people taking pictures of Signu here. I'm not sure why.
I want to point out here, because I have this open, and I do want to note that Sig Gap is going for a record next year, because much like SDC with wins. I wanted to point out that Apex A was about to drop a buggy there too, but I forgot. If you want to rewind that quickly, can you rewind that?
Yeah, sure.
They kind of did it in the women's.
There we go.
They kind of did it for the women's also, but it was more egregious with the men's.
Yeah.
They weren't quite.
Watching that always
steady.
makes my insides just cringe a little bit.
Yeah, that's no good.
How does it feel to be like handled like that?
It's not great because it's not even that you can't control where you're going. You can't move either. Even when you like feel you're falling, there's so much like
Yeah.
It's honestly, especially with the safety stuff, it doesn't hurt, and there's not any like danger unless you don't have a chin rest. But it's kind of disconcerting because you're just suddenly going to be moving very fast. It's kind of scary. So.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Please don't drop us.
Yeah, I know we always had. I mean, that's partly why we do 4 carriers for CIA. So that you have a better chance of being at least a little more level and having more hands on it in case somebody slips.
We have 4 people carrying buggies?
Well, we used to.
I want to point out in this race, so just, this race does get close. Signu gains significantly, but at the top of the hill there, Apex took a very wide line to avoid the potholes. Signu decided to go much tighter to the curb, and I think this is an example. If anyone needs a race to look at to decide if it makes more sense to stay tight to the curb at the beginning of the free roll, or to stay to the other side, I think this race is a perfect example of why you should stay close to the curb, because Signu picks up ground just from doing that.
Well, and Signu's also really good at going, like, their free rolls are great. They're a heavy buggy. Although the driver was really squirreling around there, which I'm...
Yeah, so a couple of things on that. I mean, the driver, first of all, they have the only male driver this year.
Oh, right.
The buggy was wobbly like the entire way when they got close to Solaris. Also, technically, if you look at the shoot speeds that we had recorded, Solaris was actually traveling faster than Signu, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I feel like the Signu number must have been off.
You know what? I bet they got flipped.
That's very possible.
Depending on when they matched them up, because the guys who are standing down there aren't necessarily the most knowledgeable. So they're running off of the spotter's guide that we have. They're matching them up, but they don't necessarily know, in the moment which one necessarily crosses first, especially when they're close like that.
I mean, they were also. I mean, look, Apex clearly was not. I mean, did not have a fast roll, so it's not surprising to me that the speed is slow. But both of them were the slowest speeds. I mean, it had Apex at 31.2 miles per hour and Signu at 29. And this is a men's heat where the other top 10 men's teams were all in the 34 to 36 range.
Yeah.
So Apex A was the only top 10 team, I think. I mean, they were like the second lowest. These were the two slowest shoot speeds. Just quickly, what I was saying before, Signu has a record that they're battling with SBC. Signu has failed drops for 7 consecutive years, so they are going for 8 consecutive drops the next time we have a real race day.
Ooh.
And
That seems like
it
a
would have
record they
been
would try to
9
keep.
consecutive. But,
Sigap, right?
some SIGAP, yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And somehow they managed to not fail drops in 2012, which is the only year. I mean, 2010 and 2012 are the only years of the decade they did not fail drops. And it looks like it's probably mostly Barracuda. It's mostly Barracuda and Kraken. There's a Beyonce and a Mamba, but everything else is Barracuda or Kraken. Andre asking the chat if it would count as a loss of mass if you tossed a cinder block out of the buggy to stop. I think as long as it's still connected to the buggy, the answer is no.
Well, that's a good question because I mean, there's also the spirit of the reason that the dropping push bar doesn't exist anymore in the reverse direction. So you don't hit the buggy behind you. Like, that seems like it creates a dangerous situation and wouldn't be allowed to exist.
Oh, but what if you drop the cinder block in front of your buggy?
Then as long as you're not endangering another driver, it sounds like a really bad idea.
That was a very awkward 1-2 transition for Spirit B, where the Spirit B pusher was getting basically up to the line, and I don't think realized it until the last possible second. And so he kind of gave a tiny shove to Hill 2, but also kind of didn't. And you can also see in this video the wind strongly picking up because the thunderstorms were starting to move in. And I'm still not sure how we got Raceday in.
Yeah.
But we did. And good. Because, I mean, if you weren't there, it poured almost I think it was less than like half an hour after races ended. I mean, it came down in buckets. We were sitting in the which actually worked out well for Buggy because the Tom Woods History of Buggy series was right after the races.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was pouring through that whole thing.
Yeah, that was really annoying. Oof.
Oh, did I miss? Wait.
Yeah.
That's why she didn't fail drops in men's. Okay.
I jumped down too far in my notes. Wait, can we go back? Can we go back to the crash? Yeah, okay, that explains why I do have notes about the Spirit 1-2 transition. I was wondering why I didn't note that. Okay, so SDC is obviously pay attention to SDC, who took kind of a wide line here. It's a little wider than into the transition flag, but she makes the shoot turn a little too early. And this was a very scary moment down in the chute. There's a couple of things. There are a couple of things that I want to point out about that. Can you go back and just pause the video at when the buggy is making contact with the hay bale? Just slightly before, like a second before that. There you go. Okay, that's good right there. Okay, so two things. One, the buggy hits it near full speed with the into the hay bales, but somehow and in a really scary moment, the driver's mother was actually down in the chute watching this when it happened.
Oh my God.
But one of a minor miracle, the spot that she hits and you see where the hay bales went, that's actually the access ramp to the sidewalk. So there's no actual curb there. It's just the little bumpy, the yellow bumpy ramp up. And because of that, I mean, obviously she was pretty shaken up after that, but physically she was fine and walked off. I mean, incredibly lucky that she hit the spot that she did. That's one thing I wanted to point out. The other thing I wanted to point out is if you look at the very right that Ben is circling with the mouse now, that is one of SDC's wheels. So one of SDC's wheels went flying. I don't know if I should name the alum, but an unnamed alum happened to run and catch the wheel, and kind of nonchalantly just took it, put it in his bag, and then just left. Yeah, so here, I mean, Ben just stopped it in a good spot. You can see the white. I mean, it's also kind of shredding there, it looks like.
That's just the light.
It's just the light? Okay. But yeah, you can see the white wheel flying. So the alum put it in his bag, kind of started walking off slash running off. A CMU police officer noticed it and alerted the SDC mechanics who were surrounding Avarice and unloading it, telling them that an alum had walked off with the wheel. He was pointing out who it was, but he was pointing out the wrong person. So, like, SDC ran up to this guy in the middle of Flagstaff Hill and, like, accosted him, and he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then there were rumors going around about who had it. I think at one point, Mark Estes, who's actually broadcasting from the shoot tower, was accused of having it, which would have been impressive if he had gotten it. I don't know how that would have happened.
Estes would find a way.
He has enough monkeys.
Maybe it could have gotten to him, but I don't think he would have been capable of getting down there in time to actually get it. But he didn't have it. Eventually, the alum who had it was found after multiple CMU police officers and like the entire SDC team chased after him.
Well, I think you know who it is. You can name him if you want to.
Okay. Supposedly it was Dave Connolly, who was a PICA alum. As a result of that, PICA was actually fined for, I guess, conduct outside of the spirit of Buggy. So the organization did actually pay for their alums' decision there. I guess it's one thing to run around and pick up little scraps of wheels that shred during a race. It's another to pick up an entire wheel and just run off.
The picking up scraps is a time-honored tradition. That's not one that would get enforced because it broke off your buggy. You're clearly not using it anymore, and you didn't get it. But a whole wheel, very much still usable.
I had actually not heard the full story of that before.
Well, there's a piece that actually I wasn't, I guess, fully paying attention. You mentioned the piece with Tom Wood too.
No, go for it. I don't know if I know that piece.
Well, while they were searching for him on the hill, he went to the hangout of the typical PICA alum gathering in the middle of Flagstaff Hill. And to hide it as people were coming up to him, he slipped it into Tom Wood's bag to do that. And Tom just sort of stood there and didn't say anything. It's like, I don't want to be a part of this.
No, officer, that's not mine. I don't know how it
Exactly.
got in there.
Well, I don't know about that part, but Dave was trying to say it. I don't have it. As I understand it, I was not there. I was not present. This is all hearsay.
The thing I remember most of that was the mad flurry of activity in the SDC Slack chat.
Yep, I believe that.
So I will say that part of that story was told to me. The part of what happened in the shoot with the CMU officer telling SDC's mechanics, that I was there to watch, and I thought it was fascinating that a CMU police officer got that invested about who took a wheel. And it was just like just from an outsider perspective, a real thing. As I'm sitting there listening to the CMU, the officer try to explain who the guy was that took it, and SDC like trying to look and like point out this guy, and he's like no, and then it was this guy. Like there was quite a long discussion while the mechanics who had to unload Avarice were unloading Avarice with the CMU police officer and other SDC people in the area about who had the wheel, including several attempts to spot the person, and then like people running up and then being like, wait, is like at one point someone from SDC ran up to different people on Flagstaff Hill, like stood next to them, pointed to the guy, like, is this him? And then the officer was like, nope. So then they moved on to the next guy. it was quite the scene.
Yeah, I remember hearing about it after the fact. All my knowledge is second or third hand.
It's funny too because I almost think that that being outside of the spirit of Buggy it's sort of like close races, the kind of thing that alums from more than 20 years ago would strongly disagree with and say, no, yeah, this is how things are supposed to be.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that surprises me is that you'd actually take it out on you'd take out something that an alumnus did on the organization itself.
That was very contentious too.
Yeah.
There was a lot
Did
of discussion.
Did he end up paying his own fine, or did it come out of like Pike's money?
That's a question for Willie. I'm pretty sure that the intention was that they would pass it on to him, but I don't know the result of that or if that was actually the carried through.
It really is a fact. Like, you don't hear that, and that is personally like the thing that I loved about the History of Buggy series and writing it is like these are stories that you'll never see written. Like it's never going to become part of Buggy history. Like if you go and see who won in 2019, you'll see SDC crashed. You'll never hear the story about how there was a wheel that went flying and some random alum grabbed it and then an entire organization chased after him until he turned it over and then got fined.
Someone in the chat said that he paid his own fine.
Yeah, Willie. Thank you, Willie.
And Willie just mentioned, too, that while this whole thing was going on, the SDC chair ran over to him at Hill 3 and grabbed him to come help, which kind of just goes to support what I was saying about how things are different now. And, like the current SDC team figured they could go to the current Pikes to sort out something that, their alumni had done.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I think it's around time for Man's B. Yes, it is.
Oh.
So I'll begin at the heat selection. From heat selection on, Andre was trying to explain to me how these veto kids were going to torch me. So I was trying to go fast for that. Then in a mix of lack of sleep, adrenaline, workout, and Andre speak in my head, I think the Avengers theme going through my head. I don't remember running this. In hindsight, like watching it hundreds of times, this is definitely the fastest I've ever run, which is unfortunate.
I'm so sorry, Dave.
Oh, and we have you on the broadcast. Not our broadcast, but the actual one.
Yeah, so just to give some background about this, again, it was a no good, very bad day for Blind Faith and Sarah, and I will love to hear her take as we get closer to the shoot. But I do want to point out a couple of things before that. One, as Ben pointed out, McHugh is in the broadcast booth because he won the commentator for a Heat thing. We gave him this because he thought Fringe Apex would be a really good Heat for him. I think he convinced Apex to push in Speedos, and this is the quote-unquote Shats frat, a group of freshmen. I don't know why they chose Speedos.
I think it was either swim or water polo.
I think it was swim. They were the ones that instigated the Shats business, if I remember correctly.
That sounds right.
Okay.
Or that sounds like something that a swim team would do.
Makes sense then as to why they have Speedos.
They made like a fake frat or something. I think it was like...
I think they got it approved, but I might be wrong.
Or something like that.
Yes.
They painted the fence a couple times as well.
I believe it. That sounds like one of the frats that was invented before my time. That was Pi Pepsi Epsilon.
Yeah, so McHugh was in the booth here, and you don't usually hear McHugh speechless, but this heat left him speechless. And I'll give it to Sarah here. What's going through your mind right now?
Right now, as a person, or what was happening right here?
Either way.
I mean, when I first saw the flag, I assumed something had happened in the shoot, and I couldn't go there. I assumed that, like, someone was in the road, or there was something going on. There was a reason that, like, a stop flag got thrown for a safety reason. So my automatic assumption was I need to try to brake in a way that's safe enough, but also I don't know what might be going on further down the course. And I also knew if I tried to brake on a turn, that would not have been great for me.
Good call.
Honestly, it was a really clever choice.
A lot of people told me after that the opening had seemed really small, but honestly, going through the opening and the barricades didn't seem as tight at the time.
Ben, can you rewind to that?
Would you do this again? Like, if you got a stop flag again, would you have made the same?
I don't know, because also I feel so situationally also that, like,
I don't think we
I also knew I was the front
No, we
buggy,
do.
and if I braked and went into the chute and something happened, that would also be affecting the buggy behind me. The same if I was in the back. So probably would have been thrown for another reason.
It's hard to tell.
That's away a little bit, but going right through there.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, and I always wonder with drivers, because especially like the wheels that stick out. I mean, especially if it's a reverse trike or a standard trike where you're not necessarily seeing those wheels. I mean, I guess you've driven it enough to kind of have a sense of where the push bar is, how long it is, where, like, how far on either side it reaches out. I'm always amazed how drivers hit the curb very often, like when you try to stay super tight around, like, the stop sign or the start of the free roll.
Yeah. I tend to get very close to curbs as is. I often will scare the mechanics who are in follow car for me because I tend to cut things very closely, just because I feel I know Dave
every
lacks.
hill too. I just like Sarah's going straight into the curb and she makes it around every time.
Yeah, I guess that's also part of it. I also feel very comfortable, especially with Faith steering. She handles really well, so any maneuvering is, I often find, not too difficult with her because I know the buggy.
Like I was saying earlier, I don't really remember anything from actually running. I remember seeing the broadcast. Somebody said it looks like a steering issue, and then I had a 2-second pause, and I was like, "Oh God, I killed Sarah." Then I sprinted down, and by the time I got there, the truck was going up. But I had to walk back up.
Yeah, and it was a shame too, because I think it, had it not been for that stop flag, that would have been possibly one of the fastest runs I had ever had. Because even going down the hill off of that hill too, it felt really fast, which was, I guess, another reason I didn't know if I could brake on that turn.
So without throwing your teammates too far under the bus, I'm a little curious. I mean, was it just a rookie flag? Like, what happened with the flag?
I don't know much about.
Yeah.
I don't know much about, like, who has flagging experience. I know that it was thrown accidentally.
Because I will say, from just watching from down in the chute, you know, when I was watching, I didn't see that a brake flag had been thrown. Like it and it's not that. I guess it's that when you're watching from the chute and nothing's happened in front of you, you're not looking for it, but you're also seeing the other side.
I think another reason most people don't notice, and they went back in the broadcast and they looked at it in a replay and they said, "Oh, that's the right flag." I think because a lot of teams have a flippable one. So if you're seeing the stop flag on the broadcast, that means the right one is being seen by the driver.
Yeah.
Ours is like one on each end, but you don't really have that experience.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Ben, can you pause this for a second?
Yeah.
Because I do just want to say one last quick thing, but I want to say something about this hill one. So before I do that, I just from the chute on that, like, I mean, I was like freaked out because, I mean, again, we all assumed it was steering issues, and then like after a second or two, you realize, wait, she made it cleanly through those barricades, and that was a tight window to squeeze through. It's like, wait, maybe this was intentional. And then suddenly people start to realize, like, actually, this makes a ton of sense. because you're just braking in a straight line. Like that's what you should do. Like using that as a runoff area is really smart.
And funnily enough, that was the first time I had ever been on that bridge. So
I don't know if it makes you feel better or worse, but whenever I go on runs now, I call that taking the blind faith route when I go to pit.
No.
no, that's fair.
So I do want to quickly point out this heat. So before we get started, because Hill 1 is important for this. And Willie, it looks like you're on. So maybe if you want to explain the heat selection involved with this and kind of what happened here at the start.
Yep. So what ended up happening here was Squid, who's our Hill 1 for the C team, used to be on the football team, really in shape, great Hill 1 pusher. He put on a lot of weight and pushed like a Hill 1 time that was absolutely terrible. I didn't see it. Our push captain was a sophomore who really didn't know him when he was fast and thought that was a legitimate time. Rob chose to think it was a legitimate time. And so they reported it. I was like, absolutely not. He can run much faster than that. They were adamant that that was the time he ran. It was a hard spot to find somewhere where the Hill 1 times weren't going to be a problem. CIA and Pike both agreed to run this race. I said that it was going to be a problem, and then it was a problem. Also, I do want to say, as I am very pro Pike as a person, being a Pike, but Sweepstakes 100% made the correct call with this.
All right, you can press play then. But yeah, so this is CAB with Equinox, Pika C with their new Buggy race. Important to note, this is a new build for Pika. They decided to go back to a reverse trike. It's their first reverse trike with Nemesis in 2009, and that will prove to have been the wrong decision. But I don't think anyone would have thought it would have been for this particular reason. As you can see here, I mean, Hill 1 keeping up very closely with CIA. CIA also in recent years having trouble finding fast Hill 1 pushers, which doesn't help. But the other big thing is, as you're about to see here, with the Hill 1, the Hill 2 shove, I mean, Pika gets a massive shove, and that's pretty much it. As you can see.
I think the real thing here is that Frank just needs to get stronger. He's not buff enough.
Yeah, I agree. Just bigger, Frank. I know you're watching in the live stream.
So as you can see here, I mean, the two buggies are in fact locked together. They are not moving, and I don't know if the one or both of the drivers actually hit the brakes, or if
I think Emily said that she braked because she didn't know what was going on, but she did know something was going on, and she didn't like it.
That makes sense.
She couldn't actually see the other buggy. She had no idea what was attached to her. I think she said she thought it might be like a wheel had fallen off or something. Then she was like, oh no, I would have tipped. So she was like, something seems mechanically wrong. I'm just going to try and stop. And it took longer than she thought.
Yeah, so and it's one of those things, if Pika has a standard trike buggy there, I don't know that's, I mean, it may still happen, but I don't know, it certainly wouldn't happen the same way, and I'm not sure if it would be an issue, because the way Pika came in there, they had slightly more, I mean, CIA went into the lead, it went in first, but Pika had slightly more speed, and because it was a reverse trike, the front wheel caught up to Equinox's back wheel. No, I have that flipped. Equinox caught into.
There's a big old scratch mark on Equinox 2 that went all the way down through a microbead from the initial point of contact towards the back wheel where the wheel's locked, and there's a big dent as well in Equinox's right wing.
Has it been fixed? I think Equinox is out this year, right?
Ish. We just covered it in Hello Kitty duct tape.
It's still rollable, right? There's no.
Oh no, it wasn't any like structural damage. It was mostly cosmetic.
Honestly, cosmetic damage is the best kind of damage. You just throw some band-aids on it, and it's like, oh look, this buggy's been through some stuff.
Yeah, some battle scars.
Exactly. That's it. That's what makes a buggy fast.
Amazon has some battle scars.
We put a band-aid on camo once after it tipped over, and it stayed there for like years. Good times. So the men's heats, the men's prelims in 2019 were pretty much the exact opposite of the women's heats in that, like, most of the heats ended up exciting in some way. This is one of the few that wasn't really, because Sigep A rolled fine and did not DQ for drops. Vanity doing okay. I don't know where Vanity ranks in terms of SDC buggies. It doesn't seem like their best buggy. I've heard some complaints from SDC alums about the color. Personally, I like the color, and I think SDC should do a new blue buggy. But that's just me. 2021 SDC blue. Let's do it.
I even know among current buggy is very divisive. I like it too, but I also know plenty of people who are thrown by.
I do want to give a shout out to Carl here. Sorry, interrupting. He's doing all of that on a badly twisted ankle. And then he just goes and down right there, just falls over. Love him.
I will
go for it.
The pain and injuries that people push through is pretty impressive. We had a guy, actually it was JB Feldman, who was safety chair in 2010. Back when he was a freshman, he pushed for our B team, and he was our Hill 1 pusher. And he had suffered a stress fracture of his foot, jumping off our porch like a month or two earlier. And he didn't really do anything for it. He just kind of let it sit there. And come race day, he woke up that morning and it was like in extreme pain. So he popped like 8 Advil right before the race and then just pushed on it. It's probably too much Advil, but he did it anyway.
Other team. I think with this heat, so our Hill 1 pusher couldn't come the second day because he was ROTC. He could only come for the first day. So we decided to put him on C instead because we had decided to put Aurora on C team, which was its own battle and a half, because he was much stronger than the B team pusher, but the B team pusher was a little faster. So we thought the payoff would be better with Rob on Aurora.
I have so many questions about Aurora, but I do want to point out before I do this, again, for as bad as Blind Faith's day was, at least that was just unlucky. Invisid had an equally bad day and was much more of a disappointment for the organization.
Also, I will point out 4 holders on the buggy.
That's because Aurora is thick. She's the only one that we need for to carry.
Yeah, so I gather that Aurora is particularly heavy, and I assume that's because, for those of you who don't know but are watching this, Aurora has a dropping push bar. It was CIA's first dropping push bar build since Firebird in 2004, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the first monocoque dropping push bar buggy.
That's correct.
So let me ask, why is the push bar not dropping yet? What's going on?
Rachel said she doesn't remember. She's one of the build leads. It dropped ish, I think.
It does drop around the stop sign. It finally goes down partially. It never fully goes down, but you can see it's kind of down now. But yeah, I do want to quickly point out, pay attention to Spirit on the right here, or full screen now. But this is almost a carbon copy of the women's heat. The only difference is she doesn't swing. She doesn't do a complete 180 this time. But again, Aurora for CIA has to kind of swerve a little bit to avoid her. Apex doesn't. Apex takes a slightly wider line anyway. But from being down in the chute, I was super disappointed to see Aurora's push bar up already when it got to me. So just work on that. Make sure it drops in the future, and then if it comes back up, that I care less about.
Yeah, it's always a little sad when the bar
It
doesn't
was
drop.
also for race day last year. It was tensioned with rubber bands, a bunch of them.
Don't say that. Yeah, true. And also, you should say that.
Yeah, it's better now.
Well, that's good to know. But I assume, well, I don't know where Kingfisher would have fit in, but I assume that Aurora is the lowest of. I mean, it's slower than it would either be a C or D team. I'm assuming, is that correct?
That seems correct.
I don't know
Yeah.
if you guys know that yet. If you had times on these things at this point.
For Aurora, I think Aurora
Yeah.
was guaranteed to be a C or D team because she had a dropping push bar, partially.
What that means, you won't put a dropping push bar in A or B?
Not until it's like well defined and well tested out.
We were debating whether or not to put her on B team for design comp reasons, but we weren't
I was wondering
entirely
if that came up.
confident.
Yeah.
We weren't entirely confident that she would get a day 2 time, and decided to put her on C and didn't enter her. But hindsight is 2020.
Never would have guessed. Yeah, we felt pretty good about Firebird when we rolled her way back in the day, but it was still very much hit or miss whether or not it worked.
Well, the other thing is you don't actually have to drop the push bar. I mean, everyone in the crowd would certainly like you to.
No, if you have a dropping push bar, you have to drop the push bar.
I mean, I agree, but if you're that worried about it, like. But yeah, so as a result of the Spirit Spin there, CIA was granted a reroll. Interestingly, that reroll was granted for Friday, not Saturday. So they do reroll at the end of the day here. And impressively, they put up a day 2 time, coming in with a 10th place finish, which would have qualified them for design comp. As a note, Fringe C with Boson, we haven't seen that yet, have we? That was the women's heat. Wait, when was the Firefly? Was what, women's or men's?
I think we
Firefly was
with
women's.
Azula. I think we saw with the did we?
Yeah, we have not seen. I'm looking. We have not seen Fringe C yet. Okay, I will hold off on that note until we see that. Here we get Blue Shift, Beyonce. This heat is the home of most of my gifts from this year, because all of the talk of Beyonce involved a whole lot of dancing in the booth between Bordick, Will, and Lina.
Yeah. Yeah, that made it to the blooper reel, or the funny moments.
It did.
Yeah. I did have to do some clever editing to make it all fit. It's actually a much longer segment.
So, Fringe people, the question that I've asked in the past, I will ask again. Between, obviously, Blind Faith was A and Blue Shift was B for women's, and then you flipped it for men's. We've heard reasons as to why you guys do that. And I'm curious, for this year, for 2019, is Blind Faith... Which one's actually faster? Blind Faith or Blue Shift is my
I
answer.
forgot who said it a couple weeks ago that the way to do it for SDC is the faster one on do the faster buggy. For us, it's more about faster combinations. We're testing men's, women's, Blue Shift Faith. This was just the fastest combination that we had. we're slightly faster on blue shift.
I know last year specifically, I was women's A because our driver for blue shift was our women's A Hill 3.
That's part of what I mean about the combination, like all of the above.
Yeah, it's not even always fastest buggy. Sometimes there's just like overlaps and things.
If we have an Amy level Hill 3 as backup, then by all means, and if blue shift was faster, if that combination worked, yeah, we'd do it for women's too.
Fair enough. I want to point out, I'm not sure that by the end of this race, Beyonce's front hatch is fully attached. But it may just be that it's the hatch in general, because it doesn't connect very well to that buggy.
I don't think it's ever.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not convinced it was originally fully attached.
Yeah, that's probably true, and should probably be fixed.
It's part of its charm. I hope it's never fixed.
I mean, I think from a safety standpoint, you probably want a front hatch that's fully attached. Otherwise, you could go back to the old days when it's just like, oh yeah, let me ride down here on what is essentially a death sled. You know, I never really thought about that until just now, but thinking back to like some of those buggies from the 50s, from the 40s and 50s, when it is just like a plank of wood with a steering wheel. I mean, it is just a death sled that they then used as a real buggy. Huh.
Yep. Yeah, what we call death sleds, they call buggies.
My, how things have changed.
That's an interesting path.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that's the first time I've ever seen that.
At least they thought, like, you could see them planning. Like, they came out, it's like, oh, CIA is in an awkward position right now. Which way should we go? Let's go that way.
Here's an example of 4 people holding it.
We're going to plan it out every time now, yeah.
Back in my old AEPI days, we had 2 people carrying out the buggy.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's the French method.
And that was with camo, which 2 people should not be carrying.
No, oh my god.
It should.
How? Oh wow.
I have carried that buggy. That is.
Yeah, no, it's 2 people carrying it out, and I mean, look, having more people makes a lot of sense. Sarah was complaining about how, you know, with the buggy tipping down, our drivers always complain because whoever got the front of the buggy ended up carrying it, like, you know, around their crotch area.
Yep.
And then they're just like staring at the brothers' crotches, which was very awkward for them.
Yeah, you kind of get used to just not looking through the windshield while you're being carried. And there's not much you can do anyway. I kind of just like zone for a little bit. It's fine.
Just focus on the shoes. That's all you got to do.
You can't usually see those when you're up in the air.
And no, not usually. Sometimes I'll have a cool watch and I'll be like, okay, I'm going to look only at that.
Another benefit of having at least 2 in the front. All right, once again, if there are any crowd measurement estimators out there, I want to know. I'm curious. Or if anybody wants to pause the video and count heads.
1, 2.
I mean, this is a pretty solid crowd on the back.
It is a very spread out crowd. You don't usually see people that scattered around.
Yeah, it seems very clearly for like people gathering for individual pushers.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, that one in particular, like that Hill 4 area is not an area that usually attracts people.
Look at how few people are at the alumni tent. I wonder if they'd closed at that point. I don't think so.
what I find interesting, and I said this before about the migration patterns of crowds over the years, but back in the even early to mid 2000s, like when I was actually there, I mean, this area up on top of the stone wall by Hill 5 used to be a popular area for people to stand, and now it doesn't seem like it is, but it seems like it should be, because I would imagine you can see the Jumbotron from there.
Isn't there a tree in the way?
So it's one of those locations where we had the Jumbotron on the grass previously, and I think for the last couple of years it's been up on the pavement up by Skibo, up at the second entrance up there, because of the rain. So we had to move it one year because it was just muddy, and the Jumbotron would have gotten stuck. Like, we wouldn't have been able to get it out because of how wet and muddy it was. And then because of the rain this year in 2019, we didn't want that to happen again, so we just went for it, put it up high. So I imagine it's much harder to see from that location over the last few years.
Well, so now that's where we've always put it, right? So that's where it's going to stay forever.
Right. We've done it for 2 years. We were talking about a 2 times the size Jumbotron. It's just a lot more expensive.
And if you don't get that reference to we've done it for 2 years, so now it's a thing, check out our podcast.
Yeah, when I heard that, I think that's the most I've ever agreed with Sam Swift.
Really, that? I mean, it's
yes,
true.
That.
It's very true. But
so yeah, this is the third to last men's heat of Friday. This is CIAA with Emperor, Spirit Sea with Kingpin, the oldest buggy on the course, and Fringe Sea with Boson. So once again, this is Tisha in Fringe Sea, way in the back, but gaining quickly on Kingpin.
Those were 3 very different lines right after the Hill 2 release.
Yes, and I mean, as problematic as those potholes are, it's kind of interesting because there's actually now strategy involved in, well, how do you, coming out of your lane, how do you want to get around this? Do we duck quickly to the inside and risk hitting the curb?
Oh, Brian, there's
do we take a wide route and play it safe, but maybe lose some time? It's interesting, and I'm sure teams have spent quite a while, at least some of the top teams have spent quite a while trying to figure out what the best way to do it is. But if anyone who's done the math has any suggestions that they want to share, let us know.
Not sharing anything, but I think it was really interesting, especially in heat selection, who would want lane 3 versus lane 2 also. I think that's where I saw the most differentiation between the teams, because I think the lane 1 line is pretty clear, but the lane 2 and 3 line leaves a lot of questions, and I thought that was where you got a lot of cool strategy involved.
Yeah, you definitely noticed a trend.
Yeah, that was a very disappointing 4-5 transition for CIA. Luckily, it's a day 1 transition, and they weren't all that concerned about not making it to day 2, so they can clean it up for the next day.
Yeah, it's a really weird thought to me that our A team and frequently our B team, regularly our B team lately, making it to day 2, where not too much earlier in our existence, that was a challenge every year to hope that we could get day 2.
Before we go into the Pico one, I'll mention that the men's Fringe C got re-rolled there because they were very close in the shoot.
Oh yeah, I was starting to say that before, and then I realized we hadn't seen it, and then I forgot to mention it here. But yes, they got a reroll.
There you go.
They got a reroll. Spirit Sea was not DQ'd. There was no issue there. It's just the reroll, unless I'm mistaken. But I'm pretty sure I'm right about that.
Never mind. Tisha says it's because the Spirit Pusher was in her way.
Well, that's interesting because then why wouldn't they DQ Spirit C for interference? Huh.
If because we didn't see it on the video, Fringe would have had to file for that, I think.
Wait, okay. So
Like if nobody noticed.
Tisha pointing out that it's because the pusher just stood right in front of her line, which, now that she mentions that, okay, that makes sense because Spirit's strategy over the last couple of years has been, at least based on the video, has been as soon as they shove the buggy, just stay where they are and don't move, which means there won't be interference because they haven't left their line,
Right.
but it also means that the teams behind them have to swerve out of the way. And I guess in this case, that's what happened, and Tisha swerved, and so they were granted a reroll.
That's
Correct.
weird.
And that was something Hunter was pretty clear about, was his interpretation of the rule, and was pretty consistent that throughout the 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I have to be honest, I'm not really a fan of Spirit doing that. It only started in the last couple of years, but from doing the rewatch, like there was one year I think Spirit was ahead of SDC. I want to say it was like SDC C or D, and the Spirit pusher like stood there for what had to be like 10 seconds, just stood there, and finally like SDC catches up, and it was just like, I mean, you had so much time to move out of the way. It's a little ridiculous.
Which, on the one hand, like, yeah, you could move out of the way, but on the other hand, the rules are pretty clear about, like if it happened on the back hills and say, Willie shoves off here and just stands there and then Sig Ep almost hits him and has to swerve around, like that's Sig Ep's problem, not his.
Who's this guy running alongside on the flagstaff?
Not a Pike. I remember that was something that was submitted, and we recognized the kid, but it was not.
Okay, I want to say, pacing. You never know.
Well, it's hard when you can't see them either. Like they're not in your direct line of sight.
Yeah, but that's just
what you're saying is pace someone, but out of the window of the.
Right.
We got to get that little kid from 2018 back.
Yeah.
So Pika's time in this heat was a 2:07.22, which would turn out to be the top time of the day, and the first time that SDC had not been in the top spot since 2015. I think.
Well, it was the first time Pike was in the top spot after prelims since 2007, I think.
2008.
SDC was top spot after prelims in 2008.
100% correct. Yeah, right.
Minor technicality.
But leading to what is a very, very tricky trivia question in case someone asks it to you in the future. Keep in mind that even though Pika won in 2008, SDC is actually the organization that broke Spirit's course record.
Oh, we spent that entire year reminding everyone about it. Because you got to remember, like, just, it's hard to think this way now, but like this was back when I was chair, 2008. Like that was the first time that SDC did anything like that. Like our team record was just better than a 210, and we came out of nowhere with that time.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
but
I was too young to really grasp the gravity of what was going on, but it was damn exciting.
Yeah, that was your freshman year, right?
Yep.
That was an excellent year of racing too. Just it was electric.
It was indeed.
And 2019 actually, if you had to pick a comparison year, 2008 would be the comparison, because, I mean, just with how close they were, you had SDC and Pika swapping places on day 1 and day 2. You have, I mean, 2019 is the closest race since 2008 on the men's side, and they're basically mirror images of each other up to and including a record-long winning streak on the line, which just only further confirms to me that had there been a race day in 2020, SDC would have lost, Pika would have won, and all would have been right with the world.
Hang on a second, real quick. Jeremy, did you sign in with another account?
Yeah, I switched over to my computer, and now everyone's going to see what I like in my personal time.
I'm just assuming it's marble racing, so it's okay.
It's mostly Hearthstone streaming at this point.
That's a good thing to have on the side.
Oof. Yeah, really though, like you were saying, Brian, that 2008 to 2019 comparison, like, you know, that's one of those things that I go over in my head all the time. It's like you couldn't have written a more compelling story. You know, just the arc of the whole thing was
it was amazing.
In fiction.
I definitely remember seeing those pictures of Michelle the year after with the AFI award. Sorry, what were you saying, Brian? I cut you off.
I said it really does. It almost feels fake.
Yeah.
Like it feels scripted is what I meant, not fake, but scripted.
Yeah, that seems like a race day we should watch.
Man, those were some excited Pike cheers in the background.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think it was just Pika who was cheering. Let's be honest. Hey, SDC guys, like, let someone else win for a change. Come on.
I mean, we were gonna.
Too little, too late.
So this is the CAAC reroll from when Spirit A crashed in the chute, or spun out in the chute. This time will be the first time that we will actually see a successful dropping push bar in at least 8 years.
2010, I want to say.
Cyber last rolled in 2011. I think
yeah.
Quasar rolled in 2013, but I don't think it was a dropping push bar by that point, right?
Correct. Yeah, Quasar lost her dropping push bar.
I think one of the really fun parts of the heat that you can't see on camera is that when it both went down and came back up, there's a really fun photo of everyone just like jumping for joy when they can see it on the Jumbotron.
I have to ask, and I don't think anyone on here knows the answer to this unless the driver of Aurora is on here. But I have to think that when the push bar comes down, like, it's got to be loud in the buggy, right? Like, it's got to be noticeable.
She can't hear it. We've asked her because there's so much other rattling.
Yeah.
And you don't feel like a big thud when it hits, like the thing doesn't shake?
She says no, as compared to like the other things coming out of the other bumps that she's hitting, like it just feels like the road.
Well, it also doesn't hit nearly as hard as the old ones.
Yeah, it's very cushioned, that push bar landing.
Yeah.
Of the buggy on.
What was that, Frank?
She looks at the shadow to see if it's down, but.
That's interesting.
Oh, that's smart. That's
you can only see it at some locations, and it only works at sometimes in a day.
Yeah, I don't remember if she checked during race day, but I know she does it during rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nahin uses it to check the time of day. It's like a sundial.
All right, I'm going across the transition, best sunlight, and can't see the shadow.
6 more weeks of rolls.
That's right. If only.
I like that. Aurora sees its push bar shadow. 6 more weeks of rolls. Otherwise, early spring.
Otherwise, it's successfully dropped.
So this is the second and final men's reroll of the day and the last heat of Friday. This goes on with Fringe C, as we pointed out before. Tisha got a reroll in. This is Fringe C, not Fringe B. The reroll was due to the non-interference, but also interference of Spirit C in their previous heat.
Right.
I'd like to know from Fringe people, the decision process that puts you in lane 3 here. When normally,
I think that was a Tisha decision.
Yeah, I can definitely
based
ask
on
Tisha,
rolls.
A lot
So
of
she liked it better than 2. And you see her line, she like cuts around to the left, which a lot of teams that started in lane 3 would just kind of roll right over the pothole or like miss, but she was really, really good at getting that line.
Right. She's saying in the chat that she practiced it a lot.
That makes a lot of sense. You know, you do what you've done, and even though you could have rolled in 1, you've been rolling in 3 for so long. It makes sense you go with what you know.
Yeah, that was more of my question. Is just in a reroll, why wouldn't you roll out of 1? Like I totally get 3 over 2. In fact, I'm of the belief that with the current conditions, 3 is probably better than 2 because you can take a better angle into the curb. But I don't know, 1 still seems like the right way to go. But if you've practiced so much out of 3, I guess it does make sense.
For truck weekend, we try to have people practice like whatever they're going to be doing on race day.
Makes sense.
We did not expect her to be in 1 on any heat.
That makes sense.
And I mean, I think there's also definitely a divide in the drivers, which lane that they prefer in general. Like, and people will discuss like the strategic value of like going through, but even drivers, like there'll be a preference of which ways with that pothole there. They'll have a favorite way of dealing with that pothole and where to go.
Makes sense.
I so desperately wanted a Hill 1 at one point that for exhibitions in 2007, I pleaded with both Sweepstakes and I think it was Fringe to let us have Hill 1 for our exhibition because we would never get to taste Hill 1 or Lane 1 otherwise.
Lane 1?
Yeah, Lane 1, not Hill 1.
Cool.
Well, I guess both Lane 1 and Hill 1, but...
And there's the end of day 1.
Wow, YouTube knows you're watching racing at least.
Yeah, right.
But a lack of marbles. Man, gotta fix that.
Brian, you're the guy. If there were anybody.
I'll
Exhibition time.
All right, so here we go. Setting up exhibitions. This first one, we enter race day 2020 or 2019 day 2. Already in progress. So Atlas has spent the first 4 minutes getting to the stop sign. They are once again not rolling autonomously. This is a remote controlled run, though. Again, that wasn't the initial plan. The initial plan was that they would be remote controlled up the front hills, and then part of the way through the free roll. And then as they hit like the halfway point of the free roll, they would switch to it being fully autonomous, and it would roll autonomously through the chute and then up the back hills. However, they had a problem switching it over to fully autonomous, so it ends up being fully remote controlled. And they continued to have some issues with the connection between the follow truck and the buggy, but they fixed it enough to be able to complete a roll on Saturday. Not a fast roll, but completing a roll. I see, and I believe this was Sarah, but pointing out in the YouTube, an exhibition marble race would be amazing. I would love that so much. Let's just roll marbles down the buggy course and see what happens. I guess they wouldn't turn at the chute, which would be a problem, but something there.
Have to put in some tracks there, probably.
What if we make like a mini course, sort of like, like smaller scale?
Mm-hmm.
You could do it along Hill 6.
I was just worried about Picolum stealing my marble.
You'd only have to worry about that if it was actually fast.
I wonder if a heated marble would roll faster.
Just don't substitute in a bouncy ball. That seems like a bad idea for marble racing.
Oh, that'd be a great idea. You kidding?
Yeah, soak that baby in hexane.
The higher the marble that bounces, the better it is.
That's right.
God, I mean, every time it hits a wall, it would bounce. You'd keep so much speed. The bouncy ball would destroy all those marbles.
And you'd fly out of the track. Oh, man.
Maybe.
We start the buggy version of marble racing. It's all about the wheel compound. Do you get your core right? You have a ball bearing, steel ball bearing core with the rubber on the outside.
Well, you know, the hazers are a slightly different marble compound than the rest.
Oh.
Right.
I did not know that.
Yes, I know this now. This is
yeah, but I believe it.
Is this the slowest heat that's ever been timed on race day?
No.
It's really close. I mean, if you think 8 minutes gun to gun, well, the next heat's going off in 10 seconds. But luckily it was a timing heat, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yep.
So we have our first exhibition heat, our first real exhibition heat coming up now. This is, where am I? I mean, it says it on there, and the announcers, including myself, are probably saying who's involved, but
yep.
It is Spirit, CIAE, and Apex. And Andrea pointed out CIA Hill 4, CIAD's Women's Hill 4 on Friday. Take a look at the Hill 1 pusher here. Apex is pushing Phoenix. Spirit is pushing Kingpin. CIA pushing Icarus.
And you're berating the Hill 2 pusher for only wearing a tie, not a jacket.
I can hear you, I bet. Just like standing
absolutely could.
there in your booth, making fun of this guy for not having a jacket.
Absolutely
rude.
could. That was partly why I think Aaron responded. It's like, he's got a tie, though.
Yeah, so my quack, quack, quack there is what I was going to say before, and then I realized, wait, I know where I said that before.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd this exhibition heat and let it play out there.
Oh, they also have a 360 camera on the push bar there.
Oh,
wait a second, what happened to that footage? Where is that?
I did not even realize that was there until right now.
Is it still there? It's still there.
I love that.
Who has that? Whose camera is that?
The exhibition files. We need them.
Are you talking about on Icarus?
Yeah. Yeah, if you look at the top of Icarus's bar, whenever it's more clear, there's a white post standing up right in the middle of the push bar. It's I'm pretty sure is a 360 camera.
Can you rewind very quickly just back to like after the shoves?
Wait, Ben, I'm hearing that people think it's your camera.
That I no, no, none of my cameras have been on a buggy in quite a while. Brian, what do you want to see? And you can see it right there.
It was one of our alumni. We just don't know which one.
I want to point out
it's Arnold because he was at the start line. Okay, I gotta email Arnold.
Wait, too late.
Well, you want to see the squirrel? Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. So if you look, there is a squirrel that waits thankfully until Spirit and Apex leave and manages to cross before CIA gets there. I guarantee you, if Fringe were in this heat, that squirrel would not still be alive today.
And there will remarks on it. Squirrel in the course. Okay. Yes, it must be Arnold, because he was talking to the Hill 1. I will email him.
Don't push the camera.
Smart.
So yeah, I mean, as you can see, this exhibition heat was probably surprisingly close, and thankfully Spirit, after trying other times to maybe pass and get out of the way, did the right thing there and tapped the brakes to avoid any issues. Also, was Phoenix repainted this for 2019? Like, it has a very Solaris-ish paint job, but I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it used to have the wings on either side, and it got repainted with the full stenciled one.
Reed is saying that the camera fell off somewhere in the free roll.
Great view.
If you want 360 footage, I'm pretty sure you could just search it up on YouTube, and Gep has one from like 2016. I think Sophie was the driver.
And Gene is saying that the Robo Buggy one was 12 minutes something. Actually, Robo Buggy's slowest time, the 2019 one will be Robo Buggy's slowest time, but the time from 2017 was only 6 minutes. So the Atlas heat way slower, and not fully autonomous, but also a baby buggy. So the exhibition getting very exciting at the end of Hill 5 with Spirit passing. You'll also notice that for Saturday we actually do have a clock. So this next one is two teams. It's Pica Women's B after DQing for not getting the buggy out because of their mistiming. So they let their B team roll in what otherwise would have been a regular exhibition. The women's team is, or the team pushing Sarah is a driver's team.
Yeah, that's actually me on the Hill 1.
Okay.
Did you dye your hair purple to match Blind Faith, or was it already purple?
I did, yeah. It's purple and silver to match. So you can kind of see the purple, and then there's like silvery streaks that are pulled back.
So, Sarah, my notes say it's Fringe Hill 1, Unknown Hill 2, maybe Spirit Hill 3, Unknown Hill 4, and Spirit Hill 5. Do you know the names of the drivers on that team?
I might once I see them.
Katie's a Panther?
Hill 2 looked like Adeline, but I might be wrong.
I know, I'm pretty sure Nina was driving that one. Yeah, definitely. And I might need to look it up too. I don't remember exactly who agreed to push for that heat. I know there was like discussion of who was actually pushing for that heat.
Okay. I was just curious because for some of these exhibitions, if I can, where it's unique ones like that, or sweepstakes, or random alums, I've been trying to throw those names into the actual article because we don't otherwise have rosters for them, and sometimes it's fun to know who pushed those exhibitions. So.
Yeah. And I mean, if anyone else knows, if anyone else recognizes any of the drivers, feel free to shout.
Yeah, I will say I didn't mean to target you for that, other than you were pushing Hill 1, so I thought.
No, that's fair.
But yeah, if anyone out there recognizes any of the pushers for the driver's seat other than Sarah, yeah, feel free to let me know, and I will add that.
There, Amy from Fringe, that I can recognize.
So I said it was Pica Women's B. It's not entirely Pica Women's B, as Hill 5 is actually a guy.
Aaron Silverstein.
Aaron Silverstein it is. What was his position or role? Like, how did he end up pushing Hill 5 for this?
I don't know what happened, but our Hill 5 couldn't show up for day 2, Women's B, and we were kind of just searching for someone to throw out in Hill 5, and there was Aaron. I believe Aaron is going to be, I think, our head chair next year. So great to see him moving up from Women's Hill 5 to chair of the organization.
It's impressive. So the fringe time there of 250 would have put them 9th of the women's teams, though I guess they would have had a roster DQ for having a man push Hill 5. I say that having experience having a male pusher push a women's team. Even if you add a second or two to that, if it was although he wasn't a particularly fast pusher, so it's probably about the same time as a woman's pusher would have had.
Right.
But yeah, so it looks like there's a decent chance they would have made. I mean, they had another 7 seconds. Nope, I take it back. They had that would have been, their time would have been right on the border of day 2, if they had done that on Friday. So this heat is SDC. I believe their E team. I'm assuming it's their mechanics, although I have a note that it's Ryan Aguirre on Hill 3. I don't know what that means in terms of pushing. And then sweepstakes with Azula. There's me trying to interview Joanne in the buggy. Turns out you cannot hear very much of what she's saying from the microphone. Gave it a shot. It was a good idea. It just didn't work.
And it's one we've done before.
You should have plugged the mic through her wheel hole.
Or actual hole, whatever you call
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Whatever hole is cut in the bottom for the wheel, you should have put the mic in there.
Yeah, the mic was pretty maxed out, where it, like, I could barely get it to the buggy to begin with.
Yeah.
You're
calling out the times.
Yeah.
I was about to say, it's like, Brian, do you remember why you weren't there? I'm like, oh wait, no, I remember. That's right. Why you weren't in the.
And these are some real intimidation stretches, you see.
I would have been really upset if I would have hurt myself on the sweepstakes Hill 1.
We would have gotten a good laugh out of it, yeah.
Many people on our team told me I was not allowed to run this. The only reason I was allowed to, because I said I wouldn't go 100%, so I went about 95.
Nice. Also, it's a different hill, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Why'd you end up pushing Hill 1 for this instead of 3?
Just because I wanted to get a good hill one time.
Raceday's a good day for it.
I mean, you did it. You crushed SDC up Hill 1. Unfortunately, Joyce was not quite.
Joyce really slowed up, yeah.
That said, you still had a really good crosswalk time.
Yeah. Helps with the good lead there.
Yeah, and then we get caught pretty bad on the back hill, so I was disappointed. Really hoping we were going to pull this one out.
I have to wonder from a driver perspective if that is like the single greatest shock of speed, like from fast to slow. That
I imagine the shock is usually more shocking in the other direction when you go from slow to fast.
Well, yeah, but I think at that point, drivers just want to go fast. Like they love going super fast. If it's
we have drivers in the chat.
Slow down.
That was also my first time ever pushing a non-Pika buggy, so that was a really weird experience. It felt a lot more different than I was expecting it to. So it's kind of wild.
Go on.
I had the same experience doing the sweepstakes hill one the year before. It's like a brick. No offense, Apex.
I imagine great. They know.
This was the second time, by the way, in these exhibitions that a trailing buggy was moving faster and had to tap the brakes in the free roll, and in both cases, made a pass on the back hills.
Yeah, I mean I can see it, right? Because you're coming in, even though you tap the brakes, you're still going faster. Like you still, like because you're going faster, it means that you can probably still accelerate some, right? So you get to a point where you're safe, and then you continue to accelerate and maintain speed. And yeah, I can see it. But still fun.
I'm catching up on some things in the chat. Tisha pointing out that she had a mouth guardian, so she probably can't speak very clearly. That's only partially true. I mean, I heard her pretty well. I mean, she kept, she obviously knew that was happening beforehand, but they even offered to keep the front hatch off until we were done, and I said, well, that's no fun. But in my mind, back in my day, when I was doing buggy, mouth guards were not yet a requirement, so it was a lot easier to talk to the drivers at the time. So I had in my mind that, oh yeah, this is just a conversation, forgetting that there's a mouth guard in there. But it was easy to hear her. It was not easy for the microphone to pick it up.
That's why I usually ask yes or no questions to drivers and ask for like a thumbs up, thumbs down.
I will note that
this is Fringe 50.
Yeah, this is the anniversary race. We'll have to figure out a CIA version for next year, so it'll be CIA's 50th.
Yeah, so obviously this is the men's B team with Blind Faith in lane 1, and then Blue Shift and Boson. Was there? I know originally it was going to be 3 alumni teams, and then because of the stop sign issue, you had to then take all of those alumni and split them between the 2 other teams. Was there a rhyme or reason as to which pushers were on which of the 2 alumni teams?
I think we tried to make it roughly even on the back hills, but the front hills, I'm pretty sure Gio wanted Blue Shift because that's the one she pushed on Raceday. Then we just tried to Boson go ahead first, if I remember right, or just like make it as safe as possible was the front hill thing. Back hills, I don't think it mattered that much.
I am a little. I have like partial names for people, so at some point, Dave or anyone, I may. Cause I didn't put them in the article because I thought it was weird saying like Nikki without knowing who that is, and like there's.
I have the list.
Last names, but
they also vary from the list between limbs and N. We just kind of scrambled to throw people on teams. People just like or would not push depending on if they felt like it.
Yeah, I mean, I know we had I think Aubrey as one of the people pushing Blue Shift, but she didn't end up pushing. I mean, her I know, so I know that she wasn't there. But I don't know. I mean, again, the names that I have no idea if these people actually pushed.
we give them a little delay because we were kind of scared that the Boson team would get close to us. Because those are two really, really good pushers on the Boson team, possibly three for Hill 1 and Hill
2. It turns out you were right.
Yep.
In final time, well, very weird.
Ah. Alrighty then. I'm not back into YouTube, but that's okay. We're gonna start going again.
Yeah, let's go ahead. This might take a few minutes, so we're going to go ahead and introduce the different squads.
Oh, that's
first up, in lane 1 is going to be Fringe B. They're going to be pushing Blind Faith. On Hill 1 is going to be David Cohen. Hill 2.
Let's skip ahead a little bit.
Getting out to the line there.
I see there are people.
Hope everybody had a good drink there.
1 minute. Maybe even more interested 1 minute.
Alumni pushers. From the booth, we'll try to give you the information that we can on those, as well as the Fringe B team.
As I was going to say before we died, B team was very happy to get this like artificial reroll. As you notice, it's like infinitely slower. I think the stop sign time was like 2 seconds behind day 1. Mixture of just being slower
30
and
30 seconds.
probably road temperatures.
So Fringe, I believe they're now officially like the Fringe International Club or something like that. But it's but yeah, their original name
this
was
is
not
annoying.
Fringe. So anyone who was in the international
Apparently, I have to log out of the CMU Buggy account to make my other account my normal one now.
This is your warning. Surprise.
Really? That's honestly that's surprising. I thought you could change that in the Google settings.
10.
In the Chrome settings, I guess.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Apparently, whatever account I sign into first is the quote-unquote default account, which is ruining everything because I hit sign out before.
Again, they're going to let their B team go a little bit ahead just to keep some separation there. David Cohen coming up on that Hill 1. He is just blasting it there. These guys really want to see what their time could be. They really want to put up a good time here.
Catching up on the chat.
The lane 3 Fringe alumni team is pulling well ahead of the lane 2 Fringe alumni team.
Well, the lane 2 alumni team does have a couple member advantage, so we'll see if the extra pushers is able to help their transition.
Hey, and Blind Faith is away. So that's the Fringe men's B team. She's already got on her way down the hill.
There are things in the chat I feel like I shouldn't repeat on air. But I'm glad you guys are having a good time.
Well, that's the beauty. You can see the chat when you replay the video.
That's true. That's true. But I'm still not going to say it out loud.
I don't think we have our timer going.
Do not have the timer up right there.
we're currently at about a 104.
Okay, so they probably hit there at about a minute or so.
And we're coming up on the bottom flag for the
hindsight, the spacing worked out really, really well.
Today, starting her turn in.
It did.
Looks very clean, coming through nicely.
I was trying to
Pretty
see.
scared about it.
Little wobble on the turn, but actually it was.
I was trying to see what stuff on the chat you didn't want to say out loud, and you know what? I'm willing to say it.
Nice
Mike
gap,
Darcy
so
is doing laundry.
Probably won't be any passes, but interested to see.
Damn it, no.
On the back hills here.
Nobody should know he has dirty laundry.
And here we are. Nice pickup right there by their
Fake
hill
news.
three. You can tell they're really running this race very intensely, trying to get a good time for themselves. See what they
You didn't notice Bradley Hodge is doing hill 3.
Hill 3 to hill 3.
Sir Bradley Hodges.
That's. I think I wrote his name as the Honorable Sir Bradley Hodge for the roster.
You did.
Yeah.
The Honorable Sir Bradley Hodge.
And there it is.
I didn't expect Will to say it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go through a
Man,
lot
if
to
you
learn
write
a
something
title like
down,
that.
Will say
Yeah,
it. That's
Todd
how
Spicker,
all of the
Hill
pronunciations
5.
come out.
He's got some speed.
To know.
Going quickly, I'm not sure Brian.
I was a big fan of Ethan Long Chungus, who stood last year.
Yeah.
We got the timer back.
And I see a very winded Hill 4 second pusher from Boson.
Looks like a 221.
Wow, nice catch.
Fringe B.
A very solid time.
But always remembers to catch it.
Oh,
The
Can't
same
quite say the
cannot.
same.
Everyone does.
For faith.
There are too many names to tell, but someone missed the push bar there.
I think the Blue Shift back hills was a combination of 3 different drivers, or the Blue Shift Hill 5.
No, I think that would be 5 2/3. Is that Faith or is that
sorry,
Vera?
That explains my notes for Blue Shift Hill 5 were Helen Madison Vera, and I didn't know if that was one name or 3.
The Signu team isn't
Is
necessarily
it 3 different drivers?
Hill 1 for Signu is their current chairman. I did not quite get his name, but their
Bobby,
current
thank you for the finish line photo. That is fantastic.
The good news is, while you all were watching the Fringe anniversary race, I got my Google fixed, so I now have the correct default account in there.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Which brings us to the next heat, which is one of my personal favorites, and I think everyone's personal favorite. This is a Pika versus Signu quote-unquote grudge match, where Signu could not field a full alumni team. They didn't have enough alumni, I guess, or current brothers. I don't know what happened, but they managed to convince Andy Bordick and at least one other Pika to push for Signu, which I think, if you would ask Andy Bordick 20 years ago, would he ever push a Signu buggy, he would have laughed in your face.
So,
and yet, he is in 2019, put 2 for Signu.
So I feel like he would still say yes. Like, he would still say, like, oh, I would push a Signu buggy if I had the opportunity to, or if the occasion arose, but I would never allow the reverse to happen. I think that would be more his take.
That's true. He would probably also condition it on him being able to stop the buggy and look inside it as he's pushing.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I did not get that roster,
but I'm sure it is 5 spectacular.
But most importantly, so there's Signu alums pushing hills 1, 3, and 4. Eric Bruner, Hill 1, Dwayne Delaney, who's Signu's wheelman from the 80s. I believe he goes by the Cook on CME Buggy.
Dwayne? Yeah.
And a guy named Shaggy on Hill 4. What no one in the broadcast booth was told is that Hill 5, I guess whoever the Pika brother was pushes the start of Hill 5, but then Mark Estes decides to show up and actually push the second half of Hill 5. I imagine that all of you already know how that ends, but in the off chance that you don't, I'm not going to spoil it now.
Some of them are deans.
Good choice.
I'm getting word from here. So this is going to be all-out madness. the grudgiest of grudge matches coming up after this pseudo grudge match.
Meanwhile, the
right
Pika
here
alums, I don't know, they're,
between
I assume,
Sigma
just regular,
Pika,
standard
with some
alums.
kind of hybrid
Nothing
units
special
right
about them.
We see Bungarus Crate already on lane 2.
They look like some more recent ones than what we typically see.
That's the problem when you paint all of your
Exactly.
I mean, look, their time is like a, I mean, it beats AE Pi A, so. I mean, they're in decent shape as opposed to a normal, you know, bunch of old people alum
right.
group.
3, 2, 1, ready, set.
Okay, and here they go.
And they are off the Signu chair, doing a surprisingly good job of
Oh, it's
keeping
the
up there.
wait, Signu chair. Oh, it's the Signu chair pushing.
Looks like he knows what he's doing.
Right. Not
Yeah,
Pike.
starting to get a bit of
Pike
separation
looks
right there.
almost like
We'll
Eric
see,
Bruner.
does Bordig have one?
That does look like Eric Bruner.
Right? Okay. Not just me. That's good.
That's Bruner, correct.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great.
Well, I had Eric Bruner pushing Signu. Was that actually Eric Bruner pushing Pika?
Yeah, it was Bruner pushing Pike, and the Signu chair was pushing Hill 1 for them.
Yeah, I believe the majority of this is, I think, from between 2010 and 2015 for Pike. So I think that was, someone else might correct me there, but I think that was Taylor Towell on the back hills. I think Justin Granger was in there. I forget the other two.
I had a project with Justin, actually. I think, I want to say it was Intro to Robotics. I think I had a class with him. I think.
I forgot to mention that after Andy Bordick shoves the crate off of Hill 2, he nearly gets run over by the follow truck.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit of
They're honking at him.
nice turn. Given a.
I think we mentioned it on the broadcast. There you can see Sauerkraut Saul in the chute.
Hopefully it will be easy.
Probably wondering what the hell's going on, only to find out later that he's going to be pushing.
Rolls up there to that Hill 3 for
Yeah,
Pike.
right.
He's able to capture it pretty well. He's keeping the hand on the push
Oh,
bar.
this is John Barrett on 3 for Pika. That's Pika chair Ryan Barrett's dad.
Oh, got it.
Hill 4 looks
That's
pretty
awesome.
serious right there for Pike.
Was he also a brother, or was it just a parent connection?
He was a brother and a wheelman when he was here, so the Buggy tradition
Oh, I
lives
didn't realize he
strongly
was a
in that
legacy.
family.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That was the name I was told by Mark Estes.
It wasn't him.
Gotta love that shove.
That was an interesting 4 to 5 transition from Pika.
Hill 5, though, looking pretty serious. Not who that pusher is, but he has some speed.
This is a
little worried maybe
solid roll, and as you can see on the right, Shaggy with the long hair pushes off to I don't know who that is.
He's not going to let it go again.
But you can kind of see Mark Estes in the background, and I am now going to stay quiet and let the broadcasters take this to the finish line.
Is that Estes? Estes out of nowhere! He's not gonna Estes is on the course! Oh no! Estes is down, but he's back up! Can he catch up to
And
the
that's
Buggy?
it. That's a DQ.
Oh, Mark Estes!
Estes with the spill! My word.
5-minute warning. 5 minutes.
Buggy exhibition. Mark Estes face plants nowhere
So
near
much.
the finish
That makes me laugh
Oh.
every time I watch it.
I was not actually on screen there. That's weird.
Which one will come up on top? I mean,
I usually hang out at the finish line.
The starting line for that one.
Oh, that's right. That's why I was. That's where I was. Yep.
I did see you before the race started.
Yeah, because I was getting Dr. Garrett ready and set for the starting line.
This is the final exhibition heat of the morning.
Correct.
And if the Mark Estes thing wasn't enough excitement, this one is probably one of my favorite heats of all time. Just because it's a faculty race.
I'm really happy that this came together like it did.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, do you want to talk about how you guys got faculty members to do this, and Dean and Provost Garrett to and all that stuff?
So sure. I mean, getting the faculty together. That was something that I worked on with Conrad Zapanta and Natalie McGuire, both CIL alums and also both faculty at CMU. Zapanta with CIT and McGuire with MCS. And so, starting with Conrad, and then also this was right as Jim Garrett was transitioning from being the director of, or the head of CIT to being the provost, our current provost. So it was a kind of a little weird transition period, but thanks to the connections through Conrad, I had a chance to sit down with Jim, and being that he's a 3-time alum and he's a family of legacies, like he lives CMU, eats and breathes it sort of thing. He was all for it, and managed to convince him to be a part. Like, he was clearly not interested in being a larger part, but I managed to get him to be the starter. There I am. But then, yeah, getting the teams together, that was entirely Conrad and Natalie. Zapanta leading it for the CIT team. Natalie for MCS.
And here it is, engineering versus science.
Natalie chose not to push, though, and instead be in the booth.
Pushing CIA's new Buggy Aurora.
So pay attention to MCS Hill 1.
Yes.
Dean Ken Hovis, as he comes up here, goes down, gets right back up, and just keeps going.
SD should have taken note.
Right into Department Head Rebecca Dorridge. or college dean.
Pretty much at the same time right there. This is going to be
he did look slightly banged up after he got back up, but let me tell you, he was a trooper there.
Oh yeah.
Ken Larson getting a pretty Kurt Larson rather.
So who? And I was gonna put this in the thing, but then I feel like I had the wrong people. Who actually trained the faculty members how to push?
So I mean, I think it came mostly from Zapanta and Natalie, Conrad and Natalie.
Was this Heat their first time actually touching the buggies?
It might have been. I believe it might have been. I know they were trying to talk about having some sort of practice session, and especially for this year, apparently the MCS team was like, yeah, we want to be out at Rolls, and at one point thought that they deserved some time when Natalie had to be like, no, this is a student sport. You do what they let you do. But they, yeah, I'm pretty sure for this year that was their first time actually getting their hand on it. And I did run into Dean Dorridge ahead of the races at some point and mentioned it. And she was like, so it's like I've been practicing running, and like, okay, you're on hill 2. Don't worry about it. You have maybe 60 feet, and you're good. And she's like, oh, that's it? Great, I can do that. No problem. Way less worried about it. But we also let them double up on any hill that they wanted to, just to make sure that they felt comfortable.
Catch-upable distance is really all going to be about.
But yeah,
MCS be a pretty good race here too.
It is. It's a fantastic race, especially given the buggy differences that they have, with the Pike and the CI buggy there. But yeah, MCS also went out and they had. I don't remember if they had shirts made or if they just tie-dyed them all together for it.
Okay, and that's Conrad Zapanta.
Out here on Hill 5 for Pika, with Cleona for CIT is Conrad. He is pushing, the driver of that buggy is Katie Zapanta, his daughter. He pointed this out in the comments of the History Buggy article yesterday, and I took it one step further. I believe this is the first time ever that a person has pushed both his wife and his daughter on a race day.
Yeah, I would believe that.
A pretty impressive feat.
Coming just behind right there.
Granted, those race days were 30 years apart, but still.
Right.
Wow.
The BME kids kind of taunted him afterwards for going slow, and he said he didn't want to get injured.
So in his defense, it wouldn't be the first time. Yeah.
In fact, I believe one of the MCS backhills pushers did pull a hamstring in the.
Yeah,
it did look like it.
Mm-hmm.
So then, just to quickly, we'll mention the
so now, as you can see, we're starting with the actual races. This is the women's SDCC reroll as a result of something from the day before that I will find out shortly.
This was when they were behind Spirit. Spirit got DQ'd for interference on Hill 2, and then they also had to break on the free roll.
Yes, that's right. So this is the reroll. And as you can see, CMU TV, first of all, we got the timer up, but second of all, for finals, we've got the full rosters with photos, which is always awesome when we have them.
Oh, yeah. You'll also notice that the that previous camera view wasn't moving at all. They didn't have enough operators for cameras, so they just set it up, locked it in place, and left it there so that they could operate cameras that needed to be operated.
Okay, and Sophia and Vanity.
So if you ever have any friends who are looking for things to do, CMU TV needs camera operators.
And that one of the major kind of stories of this year, those potholes coming down from Hill 2 into the free.
Out of curiosity, how hard is it to operate a camera? Is it like very difficult? Is it easy training?
I think depending on the camera, it's generally pretty easy. The hardest part being the getting the zoom right, because the nature of Buggy, you zoom in out a lot, and then or you zoom out a lot, and then you zoom in a lot.
Because I was gonna say, if it's super easy, just like make that a new chore. Just like, this team, you gotta give 2 cameramen.
You generally want a little more than that. Like most of these kids have worked with CMU TV in other events over the year, so that they've had experience being on a camera. Because it is a little more than just like point and shoot sort of thing.
Good rollout into Hill 3.
But at the same time, the place where they had it there, it can lock in, and then the Hill 2 camera can pick it up.
Yeah, you don't want to get smoked on Hill 3,
so
but that's happening more.
Like that
and
one
more.
actually
It's
worked out
fun
just
to
fine.
speculate that eventually there won't be a Hill 3.
Yeah, especially with some of these 18 buggies that you see a little bit later, like you'll get one push and that's about it.
Just goes to show, if you're out there and you can't convince your friends or other people to participate in Buggy, convince them to go out for CMU TV so that we have more bodies. Or RCT. Just anything that, or Radio Club. Really any of them. Just like, get more people out there.
There are a lot of ways to be involved. Yeah. And actually, Radio Club's a fun one in that a lot of their race day personnel are alumni. There's just people who have their license to broadcast on ham radio. I've definitely been looking into getting mine. I just haven't taken the time to do the little amount of studying that you need to pass the test.
And here we are coming in. It looks like they're going to cut some significant time off of that. That's about a 250 right
Was
there.
that this year, or did I read it in one of the history buggies where some amateur ham radio guy was like accosting?
That was this year.
What was the deal?
So, as I recall, so CMU TV, or not CMU TV, CMU Radio Club, W3VC, has their own, let me turn down the broadcast a little bit. So, they have their own repeater on CMU campus. It's off of Hammerschlag Hall, which is why it's hard to get up there unless that repeater is off, because it's a, like 15 megawatt repeater or something like that. It'll fry you if you get close, sort of thing. So, that's the repeater that they use for doing safety net during rolls. And it's open to anybody, but you're supposed to follow the rules. If you're on the repeater, you know what channel you're on, you know what repeater that is supposed to be, and you're supposed to sign in using your call sign, all that stuff. And there are a whole bunch of regulations around how you're supposed to operate ham radio, which is why there's a whole licensing process and everything. But this guy comes on and just starts being clearly very confused, seemingly to think that it's a different repeater, like a different antenna that he's on, and just starts accosting the W3VC for doing things improperly, not saying their call signs, not like saying what's going on, and not like using a channel they're not supposed to. and doing all this stuff, and then like they do all the stuff. They know that they're in the right, and they're like they go through all the call signs, as you request, and that's fine. And he's like, "What's your call sign?" Doesn't give one, just continues to berate them for another round, and then gets off. Yeah, like it was the weirdest thing to listen to.
It's so bizarre.
It's so bizarre. It's like something you would never experience anywhere else.
So I did not want to interrupt that story, but the start of this race, this whole race actually because of a false start. I'm not much like last week where there was no false start where I thought there was, and supposedly after a lot of video review on the course, they determined there was no false start. I'm not totally convinced there was a false start this time,
Hey,
but apparently there
this
was.
is Willie. I was the one that called the false start. She was rolling and moving forward, so it wasn't like an obvious false start where you see someone just jump the gun early, but the buggy had like a rolling movement, which is very clearly outside of the rule. So I don't even think she actually crossed the line, but there was a movement for go.
The rolling start.
But there was a really heated discussion, not because of the false start, but when we had them re-rolled, because we just slated them for after the last women's heat to re-roll, but in the rules it's supposed to be after the next heat finishes. So I remember Noah, the SDC chair, came with this full binder of the rules and is like aggressively pointing at the rule, showing me where I specifically was wrong. So I did mess this one up, but they ended up having improving their time. So happy for SDC there.
And it was Sigep that had the rolling start?
Correct.
Gotcha.
But as many people have pointed out on these chats before, the false start process is not great and probably does need to be fixed because it just caused a lot of headaches. And if this would have been a different heat, that would have decided the winner of the race, having to re-roll the whole heat because of a rolling start of the team in lane 2 would have been a real shame.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know it's come up in other discussions before. Why is this taking so long to load? Do a quick refresh here.
So let's go ahead.
There we go. All right. Yeah, it's definitely come up in ops meetings before of what the process should be and how we should implement it, and usually it just comes down to we just need to have better communication. But the few times that it's also so rare that there's no good opportunity to like practice, which I think is really the root of a lot of the challenges that Raceday has, is that there's no practice. Nobody gets a chance to test out these procedures, and nobody gets a chance to, like, CMTV doesn't get a chance to practice or rehearse the broadcast.
Have there been any good proposals for how to fix the false start rule? Because I was thinking, I just don't know what even a good one would be.
I got an idea. You have a really big sign that says false start, and when one happens, somebody just trots out into the middle of hill 1 with it.
Yeah, the trick is getting it up to those people who would be on hill 1. That's where the trick has usually come, is telling the judges up there when it happens before they go over the hill.
Give the
Also,
starter
this one was a great example where I immediately saw the false start. The video guy saw the false start, but we weren't 100% sure because we saw her moving forward, went back to watch the video, and it was very, very clear that that's what happened. Called down for Hunter to confirm it. Hunter confirmed it, and then we made the decision. But making that split-second call right at the beginning of the race, I think, is just impossible to do. And if you get it wrong, that's really, really bad. So
I think you sort of need like a designated person for it, right? And it's kind of like the thing wherein you know, like in football, your goal isn't to move the ball 10 yards to get a new set of downs. It's to convince the referees that you've moved the ball 10 yards, right? So you have a person there, and it's like if they perceive a false start, then it is one, and if they don't, it's not, and that's that.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know, my thought has always been it should just add time to the team that committed the false start rather than penalizing the other team. Like, I think if it was like a 5-second, not deduction in time, but addition in your final time on a 5 false start, I think that would make the most sense to me.
Watching out for deli bags.
Aaron talking about watching out for the bags.
The sun out, shining, beautiful day for Buggy.
They dropped 5 seconds here. It's awesome. Like, part of that is probably the bag, and part of that is just going way faster individually.
Oh, I imagine there's a good piece of that is the bag.
Top flag, maintaining some great speed.
But also it's day 2.
Stop sign time up with the top teams from yesterday. Beginning their turn into the chute.
The Hill 1 in particular, she had just been like a couple weeks earlier through one in Fringe who had a friend and decided they should push. And she destroyed most people on, I think, all hills.
Wow.
She was a fantastic addition. So was Lily.
It's awesome when you find those people.
Yeah, and Amy doesn't have much practice on Hill 3s because he's usually driving.
Right.
It's awesome that they managed to put together 5 full seconds.
Was that Hill 1 a freshman? It's nice when you find those people early. I always hate when, like, you know, somebody brings their friend who's a junior or a senior and they're like stupid fast. It's like, where have you been the last few years?
Right. Did she do a sport as well?
No, I don't think so. I found a guy this year who's a grad student, but he's only here for 1 year. He won't be around for next race day.
That's rough. Yeah, grad students are really tough because any that would be like of the age that would do Buggy are typically only around for a couple of years and doing a master's, and any that are doing a PhD are usually not at all interested in campus life.
Seema was also pushing that Hill 5 injured, if you saw the brace on her left hand.
At least it wasn't a ankle.
Yeah.
One of my favorite pushers from my time was this guy. I don't know if any of you knew him, Oliver Aust. He was he was doing study abroad here. He was like from Germany, and he just got so into it. It was amazing. He was such a great guy, but he was gone after a semester.
We had a driver that did that, Vera Slavsberg. She I don't think she was a full student. I think she was doing some temporary program, but yeah, she drove for us for I think 1 or 2 years. Yeah, and she was Germany. She was a German exchange.
See, what would be amazing there is if they came here, did it for a semester, and thought, "Oh man, this is so awesome," and then brought it back to their home country and like Buggy.
And then they reach out to Ann Witcher and be like, "Hey, how do we start a program?" He's like, "Don't."
I feel like the Germans could pull it off.
I do too. I think anybody could pull it off, although the American legal system is not on your side in this case.
No.
Right, and that's why I feel like any other country, it's probably easier to do this than the U.S. because nowhere else is as litigious as we are.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Sarah. I saw you ducked out there. Have a good dinner.
I believe she was head driver last year. She's chairman this year, and she is driving their 18 Buggy in Barracuda.
Yeah, if nobody's, or if you haven't watched the Year for Two
Can I hear me?
Of these rosters, then first up is Sig Ep in
Testing
lane
again.
2. On hill 1, we have Ellie Wolstad. Hill 2, Victoria Fang. Hill 3,
I think I can.
Jamie Slumka. Hill 4,
Yes,
Jocelyn Chan. And Hill 5, Julia Adams. The driver, Sophie Halpern in Barracuda. And in lane 1, we have CIAA. On hill 1, Andrea
You have an
Sykes.
open that says
Hill
join the
2,
chat.
Hannah Linus. Hill 3, Tori Simplicus. Hill 4, Lindy Cornwall. And Hill 5, Lydia Zing. The driver, Rachel Motz. And they will be in Emperor.
And as a note here, the SIGAP A driver, Sophie Halpern, is actually the SIGAP buggy
Are we
chair.
on the right heat?
This is the first time ever, I believe, ever for any fraternity.
Yes,
that
we
a
are.
woman is the buggy chair.
Well, I didn't
but
see what
she
heat we were showing, but yes,
very
this
capable,
is the correct
a
one.
very good chairman for them. And not only, I believe she was head driver last year, she's chairman this year, and she is driving their 18 buggy in Barracuda, which put up some solid times yesterday.
That is just a great paint job.
It really is.
Both teams keeping their buggies off the ground.
So like I said, for what?
Ten, 9, 8, 7.
It probably doesn't matter all that much, right?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
All right, and here we are off SIG FA, CIAA. CIA looking to be one of the top teams today, maybe cut a couple seconds off from yesterday.
Is that because we started being on Discord, or was it like
CIA beginning to pull away a little bit here on this hill
is
one.
closer than you'd
SIG
expect, I think.
SIGAP really pushing hard on that hill 1. They get the 1-2 transition.
Here's Hannah Linus. This is her 5th year pushing, and she is pulling away.
Well, if you want to kill the Discord stream, we can just watch it on YouTube.
There she goes.
Good shove there by CIA. SIGAP a little farther behind. I think that hill 2 for
The YouTube
CIA
one
really
is
kind of
more or less
separated
okay.
them a bit.
And that's some of that veteran power for Hannah Linus, a champion a couple years ago.
Yes.
Looking to get a taste
I don't know,
of
on
victory
YouTube,
once again.
working fine for me on YouTube.
CIAA going smoothly through that free roll. Emperor looking really nice there, but Barracuda trying to stay in the same frame.
Got a 102.
Yeah, so
CIA.
like I was saying before, the women's races in 2019 were
fastest of the day, and we see Emperor
uneventful, which is both good and disappointing from a rewatch perspective.
CIA and SIGAP on this.
So there's not a whole lot to say for these final 3 heats, other than
coming in there for them.
the good teams do well.
Coming through also very cleanly. I'm expecting some great
Slower
rollouts from
teams
both
do
teams
not
on
as
the
well, but still get through it okay.
CIA as
And
an organization is really good at not
yeah.
losing speed in the shoot. Their shoot turns are probably some of the best out on the
That's
course.
what's going to happen in these few
on
heats.
that. As a chairman, I spent a lot of time on that. I know they still spend a lot of time on discussing that line with their driver.
A really nice deep pickup right there for CIA. SIGAP, though, closing a little bit of ground right here. We'll see what the Hill 4s and 5s can do right there. Lindy Cornwall, the Hill 4 for CIA.
Their Hill 4 is
So
she's getting some real nice
the
separation
CIA team, they had a 234.97 in prelims. They are going to get slightly faster here.
This will be interesting to see.
And while I'm doing this,
I don't know
since
exactly
I've got nothing else to talk about with these heats,
that.
pull
I'd expect
up
like a 235
the
this year, maybe.
Let's see Rick Clark.
Maybe it'll be a little bit better. She looks.
Women's final.
She's pushing Hill 5.
So CIA A,
charging towards that
the shoot speed was a 34.65
hand on the push bar,
miles per hour versus SIGAP at 34.55. So those two were pretty close together.
Yep, and it looks like
Looking at the shoot speeds in general, they're all in the 33 to 34 range, except for Apex A.
These two squads.
So
First in lane 2,
Solaris
we have
Fringe B,
Looks to
the
be
50th anniversary
maybe a
Fringe,
cut
and this their
behind
B
some of
team
the
out
other
there
buggies out on the
Hill
course.
1, Ashton Jones.
So if you're
Hill 2, Cora Haykoff. Some Cora Haykoff fans in the house, apparently. Hill 3, Emila Sapico.
No.
Wait. Now.
Yes, I do. I've got music though, which is weird.
Oh, I know what that is. Do you not recognize the music? There it goes.
What?
Nothing.
Pico. Hill 4, Marissa
Now the music is on.
Hannah
Yeah.
Mahone. The driver is Amy Chen.
I have an SNL video queued up for other purposes.
Lane 1, Pica A.
Are the other purposes because it's funny and you want to watch it when we're done?
It's one I haven't seen, yeah. That seemed interesting. All the Lonely Island ones are pretty
Hill
solid.
4, Dominique Pitak. And Hill 5,
What video is it?
It's one of the more recent ones. I assume. I guess. Where is it? Because I hit it.
And Banshee has been a solid buggy for years. It's been running as their A team.
I Wish It Would Rain.
Yep, built in 2013.
Apparently.
Yep, and it's possible it's run A ever since. Sounds familiar.
Not sure.
30 seconds. I don't actually watch SNL
This year,
much anymore.
Pica built a new buggy this year, Wraith. I
Anyway.
don't know if we saw it once.
We're back.
I will say, I think I've seen it a total of one time, and yet Captain Jack Sparrow has been stuck in my head like however long it's been. And I don't believe we'll see it today.
Oh, that's incredible.
Here we are, both buggies out on the course.
So good.
Pica A looking to take over the top spot.
They hit the mark every now and then.
233.87 from CIAA.
So Sophie pointing out in the chat that she hearts Sig App, specifically. But I agree, Sophie. Definitely pro Sig App.
I don't know how, but apparently we have more viewers now than we did before.
Here we go.
Thank you, everybody.
Pica A looking to assert some dominance early.
Not what I would expect.
Trying to get some separation from that Fringe B team. Chasing CIA, chasing
Every time Ben's computer crashes, we add 10 viewers.
Oh man, that'd be crazy. We'd be up to like 50 at this point.
That was around a 21. Give it another hour, it would be the most watched video on YouTube of all time.
Right. That would be tough.
There down into Hill 2.
In around a 33.5, 34 seconds.
Did we have? I don't think we had 20 this stream, but we have in the past. We for
we did.
hung
We
around
totally
at
did.
22. Yeah. Oh, for this one? Okay.
Yeah, I saw 23 at one point, I
We've
think.
got some nice separation between the buggies. There shouldn't be any interference with the shoot.
Now we just have to be more interesting to keep them along.
We did have more earlier. Admittedly, once we get to the finals, even when Ben's computer doesn't die, people tend to drop off because
it's late.
I don't know. It takes those of you on the East Coast. It's already almost 9 o'clock.
We commented before, but
people have things like dinner or other things to do.
a life. The men's A team, then they could put
you
up a really
have to do,
competitive
but-
time and maybe get close to a 2:30 or below.
Here on the West Coast, my work day isn't even done yet, but
This could be a very fast time.
it's that's
Fringe
okay.
Falling behind, a little bump going through, but through cleanly. and
Have I
the
sent
victory.
work emails while this has been going on? Yes, I have.
Oh, I've done that.
Erica Foos for Pica.
Are they proper English? Maybe.
Third right there.
Do they
So
make
I want
sense?
to point something interesting out.
Okay.
Not that. So this heat actually, the Pica women's A team, just like the Pica men's A team will do later, puts up Pica's 4th fastest run of all time.
Shoving over the ball, Correa right there. Really nice push there from Hill 4. Ton of momentum.
I mean, that's A. That's impressive. B. It's crazy that that is the case. At the same time, when from watching this, like Pika never really had a chance of winning. Yet the all-time winningest team put up their fourth fastest time ever, and no one really considered them to have a shot. Like that, it's mind-boggling to me how far ahead SDC is in certain years.
Hand time, but that's just from my perspective.
We'll see Fringe B coming across there.
To be fair, I don't think Pika Women is the all-time winningest women's team. I could be wrong there.
No, we've got that.
The final schedule.
But they also left a lot of time on the table, I think, just from lack of practice and bringing in a freshman on Hill 1 and that had the Hill 1 to transition. But so they definitely were hoping to, with the exact same team in 2020, really improve on that time.
Hill 3, Tina Wu. Hill 4, Emma Reed. And Hill 5, Elim Zhang. The driver, Emily Wong, and she is
CIA.
And in lane 1,
Here's what I've now discovered: only 5 teams have ever won a women's trophy, women's championship.
Sorry,
on Hill 1, the
What 5?
Time reigning queen of the hill, Mary Garrett. Hill 2,
I said only 5 teams have actually ever won a women's race. And you are correct that Pika is not the all-time leading women's team, though SDC it is closer than you might think. SDC, including this one that we're about to watch, SDC has won 13 women's races. Pika has won 11.
Faster than the second fastest from yesterday, which was CIAA.
And I would assume Spirit after that.
So that 19.65, I mean, look,
Spirit after that was
probably puts you in first place.
And then CIA.
Do that again.
Yep.
They got a great shot.
CIA with
if she can beat that
and Fringe with 4. And that's
this
all.
This is her 4th year. This is
that's wild.
We'll see.
So step it up, other teams.
Also, those 5 orgs are the only ones to have won a men's race since Signu last won in, what, 81?
Well, CIA won in 81, so...
Here we go.
Yeah, 84 I think was Signu. 85, sorry, 85.
That's...
Mary Garrett flying up Hill 1.
81 is the only year that I know the winner, but that's fine.
And I remember my start this time.
And actually, only 4 of those 5 teams have won men's races. CIA has not.
The 1-2 transition.
I said I remember my stopwatch, and then I stopped it too soon, so that didn't work out very well. But it looked around the 19.5 or so again.
I think she's pretty safe as Queen of the Hill.
I think so.
Jennifer Mayberger, nice shove there in the Hill 2.
And you
Slightly
see,
different lines taken by the two buggies.
You again see different lines with.
But yeah, it looks like Pika has won the most races during that time period with 13. With 9. Spirit with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, and Fringe with 3.
Their first year driving A team, though, looking to take home a gold in her final year.
Oh, that was a sub 1 minute stop sign time for SDC.
SDC Battle Rattle.
It's designed to keep the squirrels away.
That's not bad either.
I just assume the sound is the bees, no?
The fastest stop sign time of the day, beginning her turn, narrowly missing the pothole, coming through cleanly, maintaining her speed. This could be a really fast.
Yeah, it's the bees.
CIA following through very cleanly. Standard CIA.
Really
no loss of speed on that. This could be very interesting on the.
For SDC, for the next buggy that you guys build, you should name it Battle Rattle. I know it doesn't fit your theme, but that way SDC anyone can say, oh, here's SDC's Battle Rattle.
And then a final shove into that 3-4.
I feel like we could pull off Death Rattle.
CIA is nipping at their heels.
Really nice for a B team right there.
Yeah, leave the B names for us, please.
For a top 6 finish.
There you go.
Kayla here, Hill 4, her 3rd year in a row.
Battle Rattle is low-key a fantastic name.
Yeah, solid.
That transition going to be coming just
All right, alternative. Any other organization name a new buggy, and then everyone will get confused when people talk about SDC's Battle Rattle, because it'll be yours.
To be fair, not too many people talk about or mention the Battle Rattle
This might be a little
by
closer
name.
than we think.
I always called it speed rattle.
I think I got battle rattle from.
I can almost guarantee one of these teams is gonna put maracas on their buggy.
Oh, I want that now.
They're looking to beat a 242, and they're going to do it.
Call it La Cucaracha.
Oh, this is what Aurora is built for.
Or you just have belt roll regularly.
You put the maracas on the dropping push bar.
Hill 2, Arabella,
Andre mentioning in the chat,
Hill
if you
3,
pay for our buggy,
Miranda
we might let you name it.
Minsek. Hill 4, Alicia Mayer. And Hill
Only
5,
Apex.
Eileen
Only Apex.
Yu. The driver, Haiwen Liu. And
That's a very risky proposition.
Oh, yes.
30 seconds.
Yes. Correct. Cool. I said CMC. I got confused. Hill 1, Bridget Sedurna.
Yeah,
Hill
they are
2,
showing the
Shannon
incorrect
Finnerty.
roster
Hill
there.
3, Sophia Angel. Hill 4, Virginia Fulton. Hill 5, Allie Karen. The driver,
I did like when we debuted Aether in 2010, before we officially had a name. When it was when it was just primered, we put a whole bunch of potential names on there, and then told people to vote for their favorite at cmebuggy.org.
Oh yeah.
There were. I was very proud of some of the things that we put on there. If I can find.
I
remember that being a good picture, yeah.
Yeah, we put on like Psychoses. And I remember there was one where we put it on, like someone had just debuted a new buggy right before us, so we put that buggy's name on there and then crossed it out and wrote, "Oh shoot."
Trying to move up in the standings. Transition right there, 1 to 2. Siget B not too far behind, but this Hill 2
Aether was not actually my choice. I was pushing for a different name. I thought I was going to win, and then one of our drivers convinced more people that Aether was a better name. I'm kind of glad my name didn't get chosen, though, because the buggy didn't turn out to be that good.
What was the name you wanted?
I don't know if I should say yet. I mean, what if someone decides to steal it? It's okay.
You're waiting for AEPI's next build?
What?
Are you waiting for AEPI's next build?
Yeah, I was gonna pitch it to them then, but admittedly, I know they're gonna buck our naming convention and probably go with like Mexican Thunder or something stupid like that.
Passing the top flag now with
Dude, imagine the paint job though.
Oh, that paint job.
Coming in with some good speed. STC
oh, that
taking
buggy.
that bottom flag, going into the turn.
Oh, Jake Reed.
Fighting it a little bit of a skid, but through cleanly. Managed to get back in, cracking.
I mean, I guess if you want a buggy to have maracas on it,
we'll see how
that would be the one.
Hill 3.
Here we go, coming up into that Hill 3 there.
I mean, I'm trying to.
SDCP.
Ah, shit.
Trying to best their previous time.
Jabatas to Rebel Yell. Where would Mexican Thunder fall on the list of inappropriate names?
Does not look like they're going to have the time.
I feel like it's probably pretty high. AEPI probably shouldn't do it. Just throwing that out there. If anyone from AEPI is watching this, don't name a buggy Mexican Thunder. Just don't do it.
Top 6 gets a trophy.
But what if the head mechanic's Mexican?
They were only a second away from 7th. They were only a second away from 5th. So this could be just about anything.
I mean, it's AEPI.
In at about the 215 mark into those.
It won't be. I guess, maybe, in theory. I mean, we did. I was pushing for different, very. I mean, look, when we chose Zephyrus before we decided to actually go with a theme for names, the top non-themed name that it was going to be was Hebrew Hammer.
The official time is going to be very
yes.
important here.
Wow, that's a great name.
As Siget B crosses at 250 and 46.
Yeah. So we didn't end up naming it that, obviously. So instead we just watched the movie.
Without an outer shell, which would be also a DQ.
All right.
And Dave, the odds that someone from AEPI is watching. I mean, I'm from AEPI and I'm watching, but I see your point.
Robo Buggy coming your way.
Who knows?
So this is between women's and men's. There are two exhibitions. Well, I guess technically this is a timing heat, and then there's one kind of exhibition after this. This is Robo Buggy's fully autonomous roll. I believe this is NAND again, just without a cover. The cloud cover got better, so they decided to go for it. I was very confident. I was very confident that that they were going to break the autonomous record because I thought 6 minutes and 3 crashes was already really slow. Maybe 2 crashes, but it got stuck in a hay bale at one point. So like, it took a while. And they were moving along at the beginning. They had the 252 before that. There's a whole bunch of stuff. And then I don't know. I mean, Robo Buggy kind of gets a mind of its own here in the free roll, and I think this hurts a little bit.
Yes, it is still autonomous. It is going fully autonomous. Hello, thank you. Welcome. Sorry, what's your name?
I mean, just going out on a limb a bit, but I'm pretty sure the constant weaving back and forth, and occasionally kind of taking the wrong route, is not the quickest way down the course.
It's asserting
dominance. I love the crowd reactions.
Okay.
It's been difficult for.
I think that's critically underdated.
Yeah, so the main problem is I guess a lot of people don't realize how
that
GPS
is now
reception is
gone.
all over the course.
What's
that? actually really contributes
It's
to
a
the
bummer.
issues that
Yeah.
you see today. The same issues with like Atlas and stuff like that too.
Oh, that's interesting. So
But look, it's still going. And it hasn't stopped yet.
It's still going.
The hills, the trees, it's actually
Has managed not to crash. It did go
difficult, and
over a
that's
curb,
why,
but it didn't
we
crash.
decided to go with remote control yesterday. It's because of all the clouds and stuff.
And this is how you know that a buggy is rolling autonomously, because if it had a remote control, it wouldn't be weaving back and forth across the road. But and I don't remember if it's being said on this broadcast or if someone told me about this otherwise, but like part of the reason why this is happening is it's trying to it's got a center line that it's trying to go down, and every time the GPS realizes it's off the line, it tries to move towards it, and so that causes the weaving back and forth.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that when you did, because the Robo Buggy guy is actually saying that on the broadcast as well.
Using the front steering.
Okay.
So that must be where I heard it from.
It is not. We try to follow pretty much all the rules as we can. The only rule we break is, well, actually, I'll say the only rule we knowingly break is the driver has to be a registered student. And
I will say that Robo Buggy's shirts and their logo, I initially thought it was a cross, not a robotic buggy, but it's actually a robotic buggy if you look close.
Yes, and it's based on the Rebel Club logo, which also looks like a cross, but is just a robot, big fat robot.
So that's good.
So this is actually.
I wonder if that was intentional as a way of them indicating that their god is computers.
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know who made that logo forever ago.
Okay.
Oh man!
Into the shoot turn.
No. Oh, just missed. But no, loop-a-loop.
Ooh.
Into the hay bales right
That was pretty good though.
Pretty good. I think it would be
Almost
awesome
made
if
it.
Robo Buggies had drivers.
Almost made it.
And there's a light bulb that came on the handlebar when the driver took over.
So if he wants to try Robo Buggy's line, good luck.
Yes, I think we might be attempting a reset right here.
That would
Look
be,
at all the
I would
look
be
at all those
impressed.
people. Look at all those people in the chute stealing those buggy secrets. All those.
That's going to be a big hill
Very
3.
nice. Yeah, well, the thing is, we've always historically had a really
With all my racing fandom between horse racing and buggy and marble racing, I'm not actually a NASCAR fan, but I will point out that the line that Robo Buggy takes there is very similar to what NASCAR drivers do during like yellow flags, weaving back and forth.
decent amount of trouble spots on the course that we have. So usually, like, right around the stop sign is definitely one. Hill 2.
It's actually also pretty similar to some of the line that some of the marbles take, but they have a little less control.
We're actually going to be coming.
What? No, don't say it's so.
last trouble spot.
Marbles have ultimate control.
This is just in terms of
Well, they have their control. It's just part of that is like where on the wall I should hit to get the proper bounce to fling through and past 3 other marbles.
There it is.
Yeah. So whereas if a buggy, obviously Robo-Buggy is thinking, do I want to try and bounce off that curb? But I think he's realizing, like, every time it's like, should I try it? I don't want to try it. Should I try it? And then he, like, gets scared. He's like, I don't want to.
Right.
It honestly feels like the buggy is screwing with the pusher.
You've been rolling on rolls.
Just wants to mess with
I'm seeing Willie's comment about horse racing, and if I have Gulfstream picks for tomorrow. I have not looked at the card yet, but hold on.
Yeah, so I've been around for 5 of those.
Get to that momentarily.
And it's been a really awesome experience.
So we're going from, we're almost done with this exhibition, going through a very rough patch. See, that's an area that no drivers go on, as they shouldn't, and could easily be people watching if they wanted to.
When GPS fails, you guys go with what?
But the next exhibition, I think, is one of the favorite ones that we've been able to pull off in a long time.
Can we...
They come across right there to 6.
It's like mocking.
Yeah.
Thank you, CBTV. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
A little bit.
Trying to get eyes on.
Oh, here they are.
Oh, here we are.
There is a buggy.
Oh, is a buggy
This was
race,
so
ladies
poorly
and gentlemen.
coordinated, and I feel like I've said that on a broadcast before.
And they're off. And let's see
Who's that starter? Woo!
Yeah. Oh man, I'm out of beer. Oh no.
I'm trying to see which.
Yep.
It was a little awkward from a broadcast perspective because there was no camera and we didn't know if it was actually happening.
Yes, I believe that it's got to be the catch-up.
Yeah, I sort of had to just be like, all right, I just got to be loud and hope they can hear us. I had to turn on the speaker from the alumni tent up and out of the tent so that I could actually hear what you guys were saying. But yeah, we had no coordinator.
I feel like the pierogi threw that race.
Did seem that way. I don't know if we can trust it, but home field advantage. We'll take it.
Got to give it to the home field advantage.
That's right.
Also, Crate might be easier to push than Phoenix.
You know what?
I mean,
I have no idea.
Crate might be pretty heavy by now, but.
All right, we're into the finals. The finals.
Hill 3, Kelby Kramer. Hill 4, Andrew Spotto. And Hill 5, Ethan Long.
Yeah. So this is men's finals. First up is a reroll.
Yeah.
That is because
this is the CIA team that was up with Pica.
One that Pica C bumped and they were sharing.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
The one.
Yeah.
So the offending buggy gets DQ'd. The one that was mounted.
8, 7.
Yes, that is correct.
5, 4.
Mark's comment.
3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
There we go.
CIAB here coming up. CIAB did place on the women's side. Trying to see if maybe they'd be able to on the men's side. This is a pretty powerful guy up here. Thomas Yeager starting on Hill 1.
Thomas Yeager.
Push bar, as he was pushing him, it kind of slowed him down a little bit.
Lost momentum there. Frank Lee right there.
I feel like this has been a much more chill stream than several of our past ones.
Yeah, my apologies, didn't get a time, but you can see the running clock right there.
That is a pretty good...
I think I may know the reason why, and I think there's a certain alum who might be.
That's definitely part of it. I would say that there's a few alums who were with us, but are also no longer with us at this point.
How did Yeager end up pushing for CIA?
Who was that talking?
I'm not sure if anyone.
That is not a question I can answer. Also, I don't know the
But,
significance of that claim.
Friend of someone?
Gotcha. Because that's you don't see a lot of football guys pushing in
Tom
general.
Yeager joined CIA because of our Hill 2 pusher, frankly.
There you go. Welcome back, Andrea.
because I knew that he spent a little bit of time looking at joining SIGAP, so which is also something that a lot of football guys do. So cool to see Jaeger branching out. I like that kid a lot.
Good deal.
I will say there does I forgot to mention this for the CIAA. I guess I'll have to mention that when they come up in the finals. All right, I will remember.
It's coming up soon.
Looks like a well-practiced Hill 3-4.
Andrew Spotto right there.
Andrew Spotto.
The CIA team, their pushers are really high quality. That's one area over the past 5 years or so. They have some nice depth on the push team. Ethan Long Chungus.
There's our boy Ethan Long Chungus who's dead.
Crossing just over that 2-minute mark.
I mean, is that an actual nickname or anything, or is that just someone wrote that on the form for Will, and so he decided to start? So he started saying it.
Well, it's an actual nickname now.
This is how nicknames are born.
Yes, I guess I'm curious if has he ever been called that in his life before it was put on the form and handed to Will?
God, I think at the time, someone, I think it was Adolfo. Someone had been going through this Chungus phase where they just called everyone adjective Chungus, and Ethan is quite long. I don't know if you can tell.
I will say, I think that would have been hysterical if you gave all 5 pictures like long Chungus, short Chungus, like all 5 Chunguses, and had Will. That would have been hysterical.
Yeah. Hey, if you happen to have.
It's a good idea for next year.
I'm gonna start calling China with it.
There's Elias Joseph on Hill 1, as Andrea mentioned earlier. Our other Hill 1, Rob, had some kind of ROTC conflict, and so couldn't make it to day 2. So Elias is a little bit slower here.
However they decide to tune that buggy, Blue Shift traditionally one of their faster buggies, and so I'm excited to see
Unrelated to this, I looked at the card for Gulfstream, and it's garbage tomorrow, so I don't have any picks for that. I do, however, have tips for the big races like the Matt Wynn at Churchill tomorrow. I will try and beat Maxfield, and I will take Major Fed, who's more than 5-1, as well as at Santa Anita, there is a race that I was looking at, the Whittingham, where I will. I mean, I love United, but honestly, at 10-1, multiplier is worth a shot. Those are my horse racing picks for Saturday. Now let's get back to Fringe.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
Brevin Mixon. You can tell there's a lot of fire behind this Fringe A team here coming into that Hill 2 shot.
A lot of fire behind the Fringe A team. Aw, baby.
2-second Hill 1 and about a 20, just sub 29 at the crosswalk.
So good.
We've got
I don't know.
11-minute heat.
The timestamp on this means there's no way it was in this video, but I don't know what the context was. But Bordick at one point was talking about. Well, this is the. Yeah, I'm not sure. I have no idea what the context was, but he said almost like the tragedy that happened on Hill 5 when Mark Estes donated much DNA to the road. Always a fan of making on Hill 5.
Oh yeah, referencing that is always a good time.
I also have to wonder, like, if someone were murdered at the corner of Tech and Fru, and like they tested for DNA,
how much?
Like, there'd be a lot. I guess it all gets washed away over time. But like, if you did it on a race day, there'd probably be a lot there. Be hard to catch the right person then. That's right. We've reached that time in the broadcast.
What would it take to find somebody who murdered?
People love murder now, don't they?
It's a whole industry. Well, talking about it, not doing it. Although, I suppose that's also an industry, just not as well-known one.
I mean, look, we could be featured on My Favorite Murder. Today on My Favorite Murder, Mark Esty is pushing Hill 5, murdered by his own shoe.
It was brutal, and we all had a good laugh.
I would have felt so bad if he were actually injured, by the way.
Yes. Well, he did have some good scrapes, as I recall.
Yeah, but I don't care about scrapes.
No, he survived and he was fine.
They had to be goodly scrapes.
Right. Gotta use Estes language.
Reed asking in the chat where CAA's catchers were for that finish.
That's a great question. I noticed that too. Yeah, there were definitely some fringe helpers there.
I will say there was one time at Rolls. I don't remember if I was a student or an alum, but I guess this would have been at least 10 years ago, where Signu was rolling, and they had catchers out there, and the first buggy crossed the finish line and they caught it, and then no one was really paying attention when the second and they started to turn the first buggy around to go back to their area, and no one was paying attention to the fact that the second buggy was right behind, and it came flying in, and the two buggies were inches from T-boning. The second buggy was 2 inches from T-boning the first one. I mean, talk about a scary moment, and that's just. I mean, again, not a race. That was just regular rolls. Don't really know what happened there. Luckily, the Hill 5 pusher kind of realized it and pulled up the buggy at the very end. But catchers are important, people.
Yes.
They play a very important role. So this heat, Finals Heat 2 between SDC B and Spirit B, is probably the most exciting, I guess, of the Finals Heats. SDC B had the 4th fastest time on day 1, Spirit B the 9th fastest time, but as you can see here, Spirit winning the race uphill 1. So Spirit A had crashed on day 1. So Spirit B, they made roster changes, but it's not necessarily that they took there was only one new pusher, but they kind of reorganized the hills, and I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning was. But they clearly flew up the front hills, which was good for them, and again, they had the 9th place time. SDCB was 4th. They improved, but SDCB, you can see catching up to Spirit here in the free roll.
Yeah, I think she gets a little nervous here.
Yeah, that's very possible because she's getting closer and closer, and then as you can see with this shoot turn for SDC.
Great save, though.
Yeah, it was an absolutely tremendous save, but I mean she lost all speed. Like any chance she had of passing Spirit was gone there, and as a result of that, I mean the SDCB finishes 10th, so that's dropping as far as you can, which I'm sure was a bit of a bummer for SDC, because it left them with only 1 trophy this year. Well, one men's trophy this year.
Oh no, that's so sad for them. No.
But I guess it was their record 8th in a row, so they weren't that sad.
Oh, see, there you go. That Spirit pusher could have just sat right there, and it would have been up to SDC to go around him.
Spirit B picked up 2 seconds on day 1, so they went from a 2:17.16 to 2:15.15, which helped catapult them to a trophy spot.
Great race by Spirit.
Which I'm sure is a disappointment for the Fringe people, as Fringe A ended up in 2nd by half a second. So it's worth noting here, you will notice here in Men's Heat 3, coming out of the lane 3, I believe, is Apex B. That is because for the second year in a row, the Apex B team beat the Apex A team. Apex was warned after 2018 about, or leading up to 2019, that if they improperly classified their teams, they would be DQ'd for a rank violation. However, the argument that Apex made here, and in fairness, it probably is a valid argument, is that it was not the fault of their timing, their pushers. It was, in fact, a mechanical flaw in their A-Team Buggy Solaris on day 1 that cost them. And I think we saw that when they went up against Signu, and Signu passed in the shoot, that clearly something was not going right for Solaris, and whether it's because they nearly dropped the buggy, or the buggy just had other issues. I don't know. But yeah. But while we're here, I do want to point out the Hill 1 pusher for CIA is Jacob Hoffman, who I didn't know, but I have now learned was a nationally ranked high school track star and set CMU's 100-meter dash record, or set the school record his freshman year. He had pushed for SDC in 2017 and 2018, but in 2019, much like Sam Bencher 2 years earlier, he defected to CIA. Now, the official story is he had a friend at CIA, and that's why he joined them, which fits in with, again, why Sam Bencher left SDC for Pica and, other defections in the past. There are rumors, though, as to a slightly different reason for why he pushed for CIA that included possibly money changing hands in a indirect way. But who knows if that's true?
There were a lot of accusations.
CIA and Jacob and
yeah, I guess we'll never know.
That's on par with.
I don't know. Is he still selling those lamps?
I think the Kickstarter ended.
One hill 2 tandem. The question is, what can CIA do on these back hills? About a 52.5.
Also, I'm pretty sure it was for a class.
Very nice from them. 55.5 from Apex.
Or related to.
That's where they were yesterday.
CIA taking the upper flag. Looks like they put some.
I do appreciate that someone left a comment in the 2019 History Buggy article with just an image related to lamps.
As I recall, that was Reed Long.
It may have been.
Reed actually denies posting this comment, so it's someone claiming to be Reed.
Oh.
I love the old internet stylings of our comment section where you can just make up whatever name you want.
Yes.
No verification.
That honestly was my favorite part of Rolls Reports when I was a student, and actually several years beyond. People just signing in with random names or specifically relevant ones, like the Connor knows nothing. That was one of my favorites.
Probably about a dozen people.
Yeah, right.
I also like when it gets threaded, so it's like Connor knows nothing, Connor knows everything,
right?
Connor knows some things. None of them being Connor.
Yeah, that was entirely anonymous.
I do also like sometimes when the buggies themselves respond to comments in the Rolls Reports.
Oh, that's always good.
In lane 2 is going to be Pica B. On hill 1, Johnny Perea.
I believe when
it's a great picture of Johnny Perea.
Rory Kinsella. Hill 4, Chandler.
I believe when Menes, I don't even know if that's how to pronounce it, Menes, the Spirit Buggy from the mid-90s, came out for like one weekend. There was some speculation about it, and I believe Menes commented in the comments to that Rolls report.
That's fun.
Speaking of which, people here were around for 2019. I have a question that I did not get an answer to. I didn't pose it to really anyone who was around in 2019, so that may have stopped me from getting an answer. But there is a Rolls report that suggests that Fidel actually rolled Brazen one weekend And I'm curious if A, that is true, B, if anyone knows the reason why. I didn't include it in the history of Buggy post because my sentence, I had one sentence and it said, Fidel rolled Brazen one weekend. And that was it. And I didn't think that was worth including. But if someone does know, I'm curious. And this is SDCA in Men's Heat 4. This is the first time, again, since 2015 that they were not in the final heat of the day, going up against Pika B. A lot of speculation here that Pika may try to do something intentionally to distract, interfere with, basically do something to knock SDC out of their element in hopes that their A team would then put up a better time.
That's the sort of conspiracy theory that our older alumni always had trouble letting go of.
Yep.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, I feel like if this had happened in the 90s or earlier, like, there would have been something. But I think the Buggy environment has changed enough now that no one involved actually considered it.
Right.
No. So not to call anyone out, but our Hill Hoot 2 here, Boya, referred to that transition as the worst 1-2 transition he's ever received.
We push really hard DQ there on Boyao, who has had the same line for 3 years, and he's always ran like that, except no one was ever close enough to him to even be right behind the buggy. It's not interference whatsoever, but the last-ditch Pika hope to try to somehow steal the victory back was claiming interference there, which we spent a little bit of time on in tape review, and it was pretty clear it was not interference.
I have a confession to make, and that confession is, after there was reports that there might be a reroll, because Pika A was requesting it as a result of the countdown, like the speaker issue with the... I, in seeing that on the Jumbotron, speculated that it would be Pika B requesting a reroll in an attempt to get SDCA DQ'd for that interference. And I kind of put that in a broadcaster's chat, and then the actual people on the broadcast were treating that like it was gospel, and I feel kind of bad about that.
Yeah, you were freaking out a lot of people.
Yeah, I was wrong, and it was really just speculation. But...
Also, if I remember correctly, I don't think it was us who saw the interference. It was another organization that came to us and said, you guys should report this for interference. And so we did.
I could see that.
But also, no, the argument definitely was the timer in the final heat 5, which I'm not sure if you can turn up the audio, but I would like to listen to that again because I, in about a year, have not watched this race.
That Christian clock was one of the worst sounds I've ever heard.
So Reed in the chat is requesting an expanded history of Buggy reports with like these minor facts. And Reed, if you want to do it, or if you want to see it, we are more than welcome to give you what you need to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to add, do your own thing with all these minor facts. B, I'm not sure which minor facts specifically. I've thrown out some random things here, but I don't know what minor facts specifically you're asking about. And C, as you will learn last week, the current History of Buggy series, I don't have an actual number. I only have a bare minimum because I've made changes in WordPress. But it is clocking in at probably at least 175,000 words. So I'm not sure how much more expansive you can get.
All right, here's the clock.
Yep. The other piece to this is Will tries to help out a little bit by saying the numbers, which we got him to stop, thankfully, but got real close there.
Five,
oh, that's rough.
4, 3, 2, 1. And they are off. Who will be your champs this year? Carl Marcoum doing everything he can to make sure it's Pika.
Out of curiosity, do we know what actually happened that caused that?
If I remember correctly, it was a cable got like loose or something, and so it was starting to feed back into the system since we had the speaker down there.
You can't see me right now, but I'm very much putting air quotes around cable got loose. That sounds a lot like sabotage.
You and me both, Brian.
I don't think we ever got a clear answer of what happened, or if we did, I don't remember what it was.
Pika A coming to that stop sign right at about a 52 right there.
They were 52.5 yesterday, yeah.
So about the same time.
Yeah, as you mentioned the history of Buggy article there, we're about a second and a half faster than them over the crosswalk, and then by the time you get to the stop sign time and the shoot time, it's SDC's pulling even and then it's pulling ahead by the time they get to Hill 3. So there was definitely some issues with Banshee speed on this roll, which ended up costing us. Tough.
But I believe if I'm looking at this correctly, Banshee is rolling on Zuder-sized wheels in this race. Is that right?
Correct.
Yep.
Because originally in that paragraph, I had written that that Bane's roll on its that Bane's speed on its Zuder-sized wheels was faster than Banshee on its tiny wheels. But then I realized that no, actually Banshee is on regular wheels.
Right.
Yeah, all of 2019 for us was switching to the regular size wheels. Also felt to me being really dramatic and laying down the road and making the follow car go around me.
It did look like they were trying to check up on you and see if you were okay, and then took off.
Yeah, I was perfectly fine. I was just listening to the broadcast.
For sure, for sure.
I do just want to quickly just in all honesty, I mean, Reed or Andre or really anyone, like if there are minor facts that you know of that you think are worth putting in the History Buggy series, the plan, and again, this is part of what you'll see next week, is to kind of keep this as a somewhat living document. So like as if we get more stories, whatever, like adding it back in, getting more photos, anything like that, going back and adding these things. I mean, I've been updating old posts throughout the year. There's a whole bunch of photos that are kind of sitting in a folder or two that I have not yet added in, but that are going to be put in once I finally finish with the last one and have time and decide I want to go back. But feel free if anyone has like other things that they think should be in there, or like Ben said, if you've got ideas of your own that you want to run with. As you know, we've got a Race Day 2021, and this was a great idea to keep people entertained for the year. But if you've got ideas for ways to keep people entertained for next year, feel free to know or take it on, and we will be more than happy to host it.
Yep. So we've reached the end of, or we've gotten to current, right? So 2019 last year, we don't have one for this year. I don't think we need to rewatch the virtual race day stuff and commentate on that, because that's what it was. Honestly, this whole series was started to sort of prep and see what we wanted to do for the virtual race day, and figured we'd just continue doing it afterwards. So next week we're taking off. We won't be streaming next week, and I'm trying to remember what we decided on future versions of this, if we're taking off the whole summer and coming back in the fall, or just taking off next week and going on a slower schedule.
If anyone has ways they want to do it, let us know, and we'll do what people want.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of brainstorming a little bit, right? Thinking maybe in the fall there's some way we can do this sort of thing with rolls highlights or just keeping this sort of content coming, because it seems like something that everybody's having fun with. So if anyone listening has ideas for what you would like to see out of this sort of thing, please share them with us.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, we're taking next week off, or next Friday off, I should say. And whether or not we do more than that, I don't know. Reed, you don't have to rely on us to watch more Buggy. As it turns out, you can watch all of it from cmebuggy.org/video. Well, all the races anyway.
At least the last 17 years, and then sporadic races before.
Yeah, and then we have clips on YouTube.
We're taking next week off on the rewatch. There is one final History Buggy post, as I've suggested so far, that is going to come up next week. I haven't decided if it's going to be on Thursday. In fact, there's a chance that I will actually put it up on Memorial Day, just as a final sort of thing. But it will either be there's a decent chance it'll be up next Thursday like normal. But there is one more still to come before we then go back and start adding in a whole bunch of old photos and fixing up some stuff that we've uncovered or realized are wrong, or additional information that we're adding to some older posts.
Yep. Definitely at some point we'll be going back and doing the years that we skipped, the ones that we didn't start with since we started with 2011. We can certainly start with or go back through all the way through 2003 and get some older alums to join us on the broadcast from around then. But yeah, please let us know. We have a lot of info from you guys, but I mean, the more ideas that you have, the more things that we have to work with, and the more opportunities we have to create more content. But as fun as this has been for the last 9 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, we need a break. Think of it like a mid-season break. That's what we're doing.
Brian, Ben, Jeremy, we really appreciate you guys doing this, setting everything up. I think it has been, I know for me personally, really enjoyable to watch all this stuff. So thank you so much for doing this, setting it up.
Yeah, and I mean, thanks for joining us on the broadcast too. I mean, like, having firsthand knowledge of what was going on in Sweepstakes Head, that's something that we don't get very often, and is really cool to hear. So that was
absolutely
yeah. So yeah.
Honestly, I think we might have had a few future broadcasters in training popping into these things. Some of the people that were coming on and talking about these races did a really good job for something on the fly like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we are always looking for new broadcasters to join the team and rotate in too. So. Absolutely.
And also thanks to all of you who didn't necessarily come in to join us in the talking, but were chatting in the either YouTube or Discord, because I hope you've enjoyed us talking back and forth with you as well. And there's always been some good information in there. So thank you guys, even if you didn't actually join the broadcast itself.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you just showed up and watched, everybody likes to see numbers get bigger.
Yeah, people hanging out and just leaving it in the background, always good too. So
literally, as I said that, somebody left.
Yeah, right. Any final thoughts from you guys? Anything else? All right.
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Well, so keep an eye on our Twitter and on the Discord. And I'm not sure if we would do a post before the next one. Maybe we would when we figure out what sort of schedule we're going to do. But that's where we'll put it out when we're ready to do another one, and when we have a better plan of what we want to do for the next set of these. Whether or not that involves me getting a new computer or we transition this to somebody else, who knows? But yeah, it'll be there. So thank you all for watching. Oh yeah.
And quickly, make sure to follow us on social media. That's Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, because, like Ben said, we'll give you more information about this, but also random other things. So follow us if you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the new officers transitioning in soon, so it'll be fun.
Oh yeah, election results should be public. What, tonight is Mike gonna post stuff?
I don't know when Mike's posting it, but yeah,
Maybe
elections
tomorrow.
are closed, so we'll see. But yeah, cool.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
Catch you whenever we start up again, and of course on the course next year if we're allowed back on campus. Fingers crossed. Have a good Memorial Day weekend, everybody. Bye now.